how's he going to proceed? Does he just call here? Does he raise? He's definitely considering all two courses of action, but ends up clicking call to go to the turn.
Note that the ace-7, in spite of how pretty that 6-4 of hearts might look, is the 3-2 favorite with one to come. But once
Пока так сделаю, пока у меня столов. Всем привет. Столы, пару столов загружу сегодня. Позже.
I think he's betting here. He's just taking his time and deciding on his sizing, what hands he's repping.
Надеюсь, сегодня Аврору почаще показывать.
Pretty good jacks or deuce X for value type of deal, and then draws an air, so it's probably going to be pretty big.
675.
Yeah, he's going 2/3.
Ну, я думаю, тут будет выбрасывать американец. Слишком плотно поставил. Ну, там стрит-дров, флеш-дров, в принципе, нормально.
Definitely not
Wait to make
preferred
trips.
way to try to win. Better way is making
Then
it.
start betting.
Part two.
Now.
Так. Трансляция. Нет, что?
I thought Haxton was gonna hang strong. He said very honest poker.
Показать, что да.
Check mucked it. Look at Fedor in the all black here, dressed for a funeral, maybe just on account of how.
Тройки выбрасывает, не заходит. Страннее.
Roman's been very quiet so far.
Yeah, Hravic.
Haven't even seen him play a hand. But as mentioned before, he's not a quiet player. He definitely can get in there, mix it up, and find creative ways to try to win the pot. But some, you know, again, we can only really take at the end of the day what the cards give to a certain extent.
Так, я думаю, открывать будет.
Small blind. Out of position to the chip leader. I'd imagine his strategy is going to involve a lot of limping. They're both very deep.
Small blind. А, просто подколил.
Two chip stacks in the tournament.
Если бы зарейзил, я думаю, Хольц выбросил бы.
5.2. Fedor has total cheese. The classic deuce 7 off. Decides to check it back.
So a dominant deuce for Haxton, 240 in the middle, and
Народ так пока сделаем. Опс. Можно закрыть. Тоже. Вот я не могу закрыть.
Deciding what he wants to do. I mean, he definitely has the stronger range here as the person who opted to play his hand with a limp, especially because he's probably doing a lot of limping, giving, you know, he's number 2 in the tournament with chips out of position to the chip leader. That said, he literally flopped quads, and given his opponent never has aces, kings, jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, etc., can't have a queen because he has it.
Столов нет, так сделаем.
Your opponent either bluff or catch up, and catch up Fedor did.
What a dreamy arrival of one of 2 available deuces on this turn. The product of 2 checks on this flop. Now Holtz with queens full of deuces.
Ого. Каре просто. Дам. Поймал. Проблема в том, что у Хольца двойка. Full house. Он не верит, что у него есть дамы. Я думаю, может размотаться.
Well, not necessarily given the hand that he has, but I'm saying from Fedor's perspective in general, you know what I mean?
I don't think I think full pot would be a large size from Ike. But Fedor might decide to bet here. See what he comes with. Decides to check it back. Now go to the river.
You surprised by Fedor's check back there on the turn at all?
Not necessarily. I think he could decide to bet. You know, it is a gross spot to get check raised.
Of course.
He's kind of only, you know, it's I think he could go both ways, and there's merits to both plays. So definitely not surprising that he would choose either one.
160.
Well, now Haxton can wait no longer as he announces 160.
Так, треть банка ставит. Ну, я думаю, такой он заколет просто.
Held to call.
What do they call that hand? What's the very draw? I don't know.
Ну, фулл хаус уходится,
Something I'm
да.
not gonna say on TV.
Удивлен, что увидел дама.
You see Fedor just shaking his head. Not much he could have done. Did keep the damage to a minimum by checking back the two streets.
Я 2 стола подгружу, Влад, привет. Вот, буду играть. Смотреть TRITON.
Merits against, let's call it like weaker, not too aggressive players by just making a little bet there. You get protection value by getting 2 overcards to fold.
Там баунти за
You
5
can just check back
долларов с
whatever.
чем-то,
Against
с
tough,
копейками.
aggressive players like Ike, you know, you don't want to get too carried away.
Еще какой-то.
Well, what you do
Забыл
want to
уже.
do is head over to our official staking partners over at Poker Stake. They're the ultimate
Ты как, дома сегодня?
for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. They're the go-to spot. If you're looking to support your favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories, check them out at pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. By the way, no rake or transaction fees over at Poker Stake, and all the winnings are guaranteed. You can't really ask for a whole lot more than that.
Wow.
Побольше сделать что-то.
No rake or transaction fees.
Что я хотел посмотреть-то?
Yeah.
Okay.
Был.
You gonna fire hard at Poker Stake now that you're aware?
I don't know. Just wondering, they got to make money somehow. So
Maybe it's a benevolent operation.
there's always
Maybe
a
it's a
possibility.
501c, charity or something. I mean, just saying. You never know. Let's not go giving them any ideas, Rasty. You're like, guys, you really ought to, consider some rake and transaction. Rasty, relax.
A lot of it's. I think I want to go to the gold coast more than anything.
No need to plant seeds in the biz dev department over there.
8-7 коннектора выбросил
Caught
Доминикс.
that as well.
Under the gun.
By the way, the
Ну,
diamond.
с хайджека, я думаю, тут 6 сьют откроет.
Ace 6 suited. Dongchen 7 bigs here at this table. Fedor still the chip leader.
Кольц выбрасывает.
All right, Roman's been very quiet, but here he has decision. Queen 10 off.
Роман на малом блайнде, я думаю, будет защищать тоже.
That great of a spot, but definitely something you can try to carve some value out of somehow.
Хотя, может и
Aces
выбросить.
From the next pay jump, 22nd and 21st will pay 37.5, 41.5. The pop once we get to 20th.
Выбросил.
Decides to let it go, which is completely reasonable. But he was
Донг Чан будет защищать, король 3.
potentially
Интересно.
3-bet.
У него стек небольшой.
That would have been a little bit loosey-goosey, but
Прям супер маленький, короткий вообще.
quiet so far, and he wanted to capitalize on his image.
Что это у него? 4 блайнда, да, получается? С 30, да. Если блайнды 80 тысяч, ну да.
I think you're in Melbourne as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
Possibly like the best coffee in the world in Melbourne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best coffee in the world. Shot.
Сидит, улыбится.
I love coffee.
А он вчера хорошо играл.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
You a child of the Java, Rasty?
I do like coffee, but I'm not like a coffee kind of
Туз 10 выбросил.
speak of like invest in this, so I don't really have like strong
У
confidence.
Саков стек большой, он, думаю, может открыть такое.
Seriously, as the South Koreans.
Really?
There's an unbelievable number of coffee shops. Now I don't know if it's
Кольц нормальный тоже стек набил.
social kind of everybody go out, hang out kind of thing, but the sheer
Хотя только, по идее, начало турнира.
ever been anywhere.
Донг Чен.
That's the density.
Но у него только две опции. Пас, all-in.
Did you stop at any of them? It's good coffee.
Last time I was in Seoul during Game of Gold, I went to a little place in the Dongdaemun area of Seoul called J Hidden House. By the way, it's not like I'm getting any kickbacks. Everybody relax.
Мне вот интересно, это продолжение вчерашнего турнира получается?
Setup, you know what I mean? I had a matcha. Not that I'm even into that, but you know, I just wanted to go and experience. It was great, little pastries. But you know, this is not unique to this particular place. There's tons of great places.
Kind of a cappuccino guy.
Потому что блайнды большие какие-то прям.
You'd probably go intravenous with it if that was an
Cappuccino or
option.
just
Ну да, это второй день,
Oh, straight black.
мне кажется, вчерашнего турнира.
Straight black. Nick, you know, Nick is also a straight black showman kind of guy. King 6 suited. Haxton. Clear advantages. Position.
Никто ни в что не попал.
Little pip. Nicolaitis defending, checking.
Ike in position, stronger range. This board is definitely a little bit better for him. So he's going to see that pretty often. His hand doesn't interact with it at all, but still get the big blind to fold is a win, and that's what happens.
It's interesting. There's like no tournaments that ever have that.
No.
I don't know why? So one day event, 3 blinds, the straddle along could be interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe no ante then,
I want to try. Yeah.
or still ante.
Still anti.
Would the straddle have the ante then?
Роман решает 10-9, разномастно открыт.
Very modest holding, but finally a spot where the two chip leaders have folded, and he gets a chance to try to win some chips.
1, 2, 4, 8 with a 2K ante.
As you
The
pointed
2K
out, he's
ante.
been
A
very
big difference
quiet.
there.
And not for lack of fight, you know, he tends not to be a
Oh, okay.
passive participant in any table that he's at, but just hasn't really had the opportunities as Nicolaitis.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you've got
Доминикс,
the 2K
интересно,
ante,
будет
it's
трибетить с
fine.
четверками или просто подходит?
So he has 40 bigs, but
Я думаю, просто заколет.
doesn't even have 30. And the big blind also only has about 30. He decides to
Рош
call.
тоже неплохая пришла.
Yeah, looks like we're just gonna get a three-way pot
Для
here.
большого блайнда хорошая карта прям.
Modest holdings. Go C3 and take a flop. Kind of don't really see Josh doing too much other than calling.
No, Price is right to get in there, which he does, dominating Krabic, the opener.
You only have blue chips behind?
Just like
All right.
560. In the middle, it comes King 7-3, and the fours are still best.
Kind of like this for Roman here. He's got position. It's a board he's going to get to c-bet quite a bit. And he has a hand that has no showdown along with a club in his hand. I think he c-bets this very frequently. Pretty tough spot for Nicolaitis in a three-way pot to continue. And then Josh is never calling. So might just get to win it here. Wow, he goes really small, but it's still
I
probably
think
enough to
a
get
lot of the
fours,
guys
no
who only
club
play
to
the
fold.
cash games would say that. And
Но
then
Роман
after
решил
months, and then they would be like,
зарейзить.
actually, I still don't want to play the tournament.
Вот одну четвертую банку.
If we all agreed to a shorter
Маленьким
shot clock,
сайтингом,
cash
то есть.
game guys would come play with us.
That's what I heard.
Ну, заставил
I'm ready to
выбросить.
try out the Blitz
10-9
tournament.
разномастная.
If people want it, 10-second shot clock every street.
I want a 10-second
Let's do
shot
it.
clock every street. That's exactly what I want. Yes. Yes, please. If you guys can't figure it out in 10 seconds, come on, what are we doing?
I think it would be fun.
What do you think, Rasty? I know you play a bit of chess. I know that, you know, there are different variants, speed chess being one of them,
Yeah.
and Gottlieb suggesting that maybe a lot of the more cash game.
It's so marginal, right? The difference between 10, like an actual.
I don't think so.
Cash game inclined
I
players.
think if we play a tournament with a 10-second shot clock, it will not be a marginal difference. People will play a lot worse.
Played cash game with a 7-second shot clock, and believe me, when on the river there's a race.
Okay, you know what?
But literally the chips are counting like
10-second shot with time banks. Though.
yeah, but I mean
I wouldn't know time.
Fun to listen to these guys talk about it. Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds is fast.
one
Yes, guys, for some normal
1:30
pre-flop
time
spots,
Доминику
or
шестерки
flop
пришли.
bets,
Будет открывать
10
сейчас.
seconds is fine, and most guys are probably figuring it out. But once you start getting into complicated turn, river, 3-bet, big pots, complicated range, not so frequent. Yeah, these guys are saying it's tough.
Джордж
What do I
защищать
think
будет
about it?
по-любому от нас.
I think it's
Нет,
fair. It's the same
выбрасывает.
for everyone. Obviously, some people will do better in an environment.
А, он был на малом лайне, все, извиняюсь. Я думал, он был на большом.
Yeah.
But it's fair. It's a rule. Everybody agrees to it, and it would be fun to watch. That's for sure.
And just to expand on what I was saying, it's the cash game inclined, maybe some of the more VIPs who get impatient, don't really,
Yeah.
you know, have an appreciation for pace of play in tournaments versus the way things go down in cash games that would maybe come over and play more of the tournaments. So it's an
Could
idea.
level the field even
know?
a little bit more. Because let's say
Oh,
this,
yeah.
you see a lot of these, let's call it cash game VIPs. They don't have 30 seconds worth of a thought process.
Ну, я думаю, ставку продолжения будет ставить по-любому.
You know, there's not quite as many things that
На
they
этом
do.
все закончится.
Whereas the pros like this and would he bet and weighing all this stuff, and all of a sudden that pro can't take 30 seconds to think about it. They have 10, which is going to feel very rushed.
How about like a format
So
where
it could be a bit of a level playing field, and something that
incentive if
some of
you
these
were
cash game
fast.
players would welcome.
So if you did that 10 seconds,
Meanwhile,
you under 10
Nikolaitis,
seconds you get more chips.
after Gottlieb defended the big,
So the speed of play would
follows
be
through for a
increased.
$1.10, takes it.
That
Like an
would
incentive
basically be
structure.
That would basically be the same, yeah. Any of those. Sign me up.
Yeah. Or you get punished if you take too long. If you use the 30 seconds, either side.
I don't think people realize that improvement in the quality of entertainment, like it's, I don't think there's enough appreciation for how
Донгчен вообще не везет.
the speed.
Сидит уже 4 ББ. Ему никак карта не приходит. Ну да, дама 9 сьют ему приходил.
you have strong opinions against.
Not against shorter shot clocks. Shorter shot clocks would be fine. I think it would be a fun challenge.
Доминик заходит прям хорошо.
People are confused about how the speed of play is actually impacting their experience.
What a diplomatic
hear more
way
about this,
to say that.
I know you know what you're talking about.
О,
Ace King Gottlieb with the same kid.
добрый вечер.
Feels like an all-in collision coming pre-flop. I mean, they're 40 big blinds deep, and
Так, 3-бетом, я думаю, будет играть. Или они просто заколят.
so probably 3-bet. And
Да, 3-бет.
when it gets back, probably a 4-bet, and just see the 3.2 go in, and we'll see the good news. They each have 2 flush draws.
Взял паузу, типа, что у меня не сильная рука. Дайте я подумаю.
4.25 the sizing from Seth.
Ого.
There's the jam, and
Ну, я думаю, тоже заколют.
Gottlieb always knew what he was going to do in the face of something like this. Both players with unique suits.
Oh, guys.
Boring.
Ну, посмотрим на флоп сейчас, может, каких мастей накидают.
That is definitely more.
We got all the suits covered. All the suits covered.
Most fun.
Wait, which one's mine?
And this one will be a chop, as the rainbow flop ensures that. No nerviness.
Okay, we like wait. What makes the 4 flush? Wait, what? Which one?
Ну, интересно все-таки они играют. Ну, типа 40... Сколько? 40 блайндов они пушат.
Nice climate at this feature, by the way, Rast.
Полет, 100 король.
We're as deep as we are into this particular event at present. Just 23 players remaining of our original 200.
Я думаю, в такой глубине многие бы выбросили.
No, we don't want blood in that way.
I know there's some new players, but you know, a lot of these guys,
Maybe a
a
2-outer.
15K tournament's not that
Все-таки это не 20 там блайндов.
In terms of
Feeling the
payouts,
stress.
786 up top. This is a big haul for a 15K.
Sure, you know, Isaac Haxton was top 10 on all-time money lists.
Right.
50 million. He's been here before, you know. And this isn't an especially big spot for him, to say the least.
No, but I would say that Haxton's going to be
Ёкало мене, у меня уже там столы открылись, а я сижу.
to any event that he enters. You know, this could be a million, this could be a 15K. You know, he's there to play his best game at
Oh
all
yes,
times.
but you're
right?
talking about the relaxed
Yes,
environment.
yes.
Yes. I mean, I think if this was the
Сейчас мы их разместим аккуратненько.
Triton buy-in with 20 people left in the money, you probably get a different climate. I do think.
Yeah, fair. Buy-in has a little something to do with
Yeah,
why
it
they're
does.
chilling out there, doesn't it? And
Not to
we're-
poo-poo a 15K buy-in, but
No,
we're here
not
at
all.
Triton.
That we are.
At Triton, 15K is no big deal.
No, we're just, you know what I mean? We're just getting our feet wet here in a 17 event schedule. Event number 1, day 2, Fedor Holtz at the top of the chip counts here as we're about to bring you back to the desk here on Jeju Island at the Landing Casino. Ali and Rasty with you. And this is going to be a schedule break so far. We've had the rebalancing. We've had the redraw. Now, officially, this is when the players are going to get an opportunity to step aside, get themselves freshened up a little bit, which means those of you at home will get that opportunity as well. What do you say, Rasty? You want to talk about it when we come back from the break?
Yeah,
Set the
let's
stage a
let
little
everybody
bit?
get a little break, and
Okay.
we've had some fun action. Hopefully, we'll pick up the play, get a few more interesting hands. I feel like
Sure.
it's been a little bit mild in coming back, but we're playing down. 23 left.
Yep.
Getting to a final table. We got a lot of money to play for, and just getting into the funnest part of the tournament, really. So I'm sure things will pick up, and we'll get a bunch of exciting hands.
Shortest stack in the room right now. Triton first-timer Thomas Boyven with 200,000, just 3 bigs. Dong Chen with 4 bigs. Overall chip leader is Fedor Holtz, and the on-tap payout
Ладно, пока
right
так
now
оставлю,
for
сейчас
23rd
посмотрим,
place.
как выглядит.
22nd, rather, as Arms Obian was 23rd. 37,500, just a couple away from the jump. So then we'll step aside here, and we'll be back in just about 10 minutes with continuing coverage of event number 1, the 15K 8 max no limit from right here.
Ой, сколько я раздач пропустил, много. Капец. Ну ладно.
So many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude. Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main event.
Poker site.
Larger than all of GG traffic reaches all-time high.
Джекпот. Чё происходит? Сколько он тогда выиграл, интересно? Инар, товарищ.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs? 30% bluffs? 33%? Or 43%?
Камеру можно чуть подправить.
Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can
Ого.
take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive
На моем
generous
столе тут уже 500 блайндов у
15%
типа.
first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Вот они, часики. Капец, вообще. Сколько они стоят? Я так понимаю, это бриллианты какие-то внутри. Астрономия, Тритон. Ну, сейчас зайду, посмотрю. Где-нибудь, может, есть информация? Тритон. На. 52 тысячи рублей, в принципе. Я думал, гораздо дороже. Ну, если я про те думаю. А, нет, это другие. Нет, это не то.
Just seize the wonder. 제주 신화 world.
Backup.
This is all going over my head right now.
Тритон.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I'm not trading
Тритон.
livestock commodities or anything, but I think the sheep and
Наверное, на официальном сайте надо смотреть. Найдешь.
Ace-9 off.
А, вот.
Gottlieb, understandable attack from the button. Loon has medicine in the form of Ace-King suited here.
You know, I ran into her yesterday
Да, даже
on her way in.
семерку не смог у него выбить.
Was just walking in front, talking with Jason Kuhn. She walked by, you know, seemed very.
Так, ну вот на какой-то сайт зашел, тут поле. Так, Алым, Паскароль. Вон, вон. Вон.
Trying to get down there and win a Triton title and.
Ну, я думаю, надо выбрасывать. Смотрим.
She certainly sets a shining example as we see Loon jamming.
Very close. Very close.
Socia does, by the way, of kind of how to carry oneself at a poker table, win, lose, or draw. Just always pleasant, always happy to engage in conversation, but just really a lovely demeanor.
I feel like he's gonna fold. I feel like when someone says this very close, like so.
Ну, вот от этой фирмы есть и, в принципе, не супер дорогие часы.
I agree with you, by the way, but I do agree with you.
Понял?
I think there's absolutely merit to that. It's almost like a verbal hedge, you know.
Yeah, or just trying to let the person know, like.
Доволен он своим колом сам.
But an awful hand is, in fact, what he has in the face of this Ace-King is Loon.
Вот за 140 тысяч таймзона есть часики от их фирмы. Ну, похожие вот есть тут на сайте. 8 миллионов стоит. В рублях. Аутов прибавилось, крести, живые. Флэш может закрыться. Но нет. Флэш не закрывается. На другой стол нас перекинули. Фил Найджи.
Loon flung his hand over to the other feature here. Under the gun. There's the raise. Another one of the Bulgarians, by the way, who are making waves in the high roller circuits, Ognian Dimov.
7 можно было потребетить, конечно. Слишком большим рейзом что-то он открылся. Ну, посмотрим. Может, черви нам сдадут. А нет. Так, короли нас решили навестить.
Good news is he's the covering stack, and obviously he's got the right hand.
Андрей Андреев затрибетил с дамами. Тут дело долына может дойти. А, ну тут 60к бленд, это в записи показывают, я так понял.
There's the jam.
Thinking about calling, but comes back with the jam.
Да.
And yeah, I just can't see a fold, so we're gonna run 5.
Ладно, не буду я верить в стриты всякие.
Not a small pot. 2.8 million. Classic race.
Но они здесь есть. К сожалению.
Not thrilled, but with 46% equity and the covering stack, it could be worse. Diamond in the window and 2 more behind it. Nut flush for Phil Nagy. Andre drawing dead for the time being.
Да.
And with no board pair on the turn.
Флэш слопает сильно.
Andre Andreev gets showered.
Nice run. This was his first Triton event. That's pretty exciting. We still got some of the same names up at top here as the beginning of the day. Chidwick shifted from, and Fedor switched spots. Fedor's in first, Chidwick's in second. Ken Tong, a newcomer, in third place with over 3.5 million. Isaac Haxton still in fourth, 3.4.
Ken, he did join us in Monte Carlo for his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series and actually cashed in his first ever event, which was 125K main. He picked up 902,000 for that effort. A 6th place finish, but yeah, still relatively new. Not his stone first Triton Super High Roller Series, but still getting a resume under him as Chidwick looks down at an ace-deuce suited. Gottlieb the opener. Stevie will play it as a flat.
Извиняюсь. Приболел.
Oh, look at Putra. He's going to defend the big blind here with 10-3 suited. The diamonds are smothered. And perhaps Ferdinand taking into consideration the presence of the ante out there, 2 other players, and saying, let me try to get lucky now, as opposed to walk away from this one. And how well timed is that choice as he makes trips on the 10-10-9 board. Gottlieb 2 overs and the gutter obviously will stay interested.
Блин, эту штуку не уменьшишь, что ли, вообще никак? Что тут? А мы вот сюда вот бахнем.
Just 45 to maybe get involved against Gottlieb in a side pot. How do we feel about this very nuanced spot here?
Well, I mean,
he does lay it down.
Looks pretty normal. I mean, I think Chidwick probably needs to get out. I like the fold, but everything.
Так, Волыни здесь стринаем.
Perhaps if it was like a final table with big.
А, ну это постфлоп, я так
designed to
понял.
have some implicit collusion potentially as a second. Welcome back to the desk. Ali and Brian with you.
Так, может, двойка мне доедет?
This event number 1, $15,000 8 max no limit from Jeju Island Landing Casino, playing host record breaker. 786,000 up top. We burst the bubble to start today. We were on the stone money bubble. Now we're in the money, and we are ascending in terms of pay jumps. We touched on the overall chip leader, Fedor Holtz, at the top before we went to the break, and some extreme short stacks are out there right now in this field. 3 and 4 big blinds it was. Now I see Dongchen Lewis Spencer occupying the sub-10 big blind duties down toward the bottom of the chip counts, but obviously not alone in terms of depths that are at risk with the blinds, ever increasing with these 35-minute levels. We do have a new feature table that we want to talk about as we dive back into that Triton Poker Plus app. It is table number 3, where Phil Nagy and company are coming back to the stage, and Jamil Wakil, who we saw have that
Phil Nagy достаточно крупный стек был, сейчас уже чуть поменьше стал.
throughout alongside Chidwick.
Богданов тут.
Yeah, certainly. We're gonna get that
нет.
back, and there's a lot going on over there.
Какой-то китаец.
With his velour.
Не знаю правильно, как имел.
Will be back to entertain us with his
Окей.
exciting poker.
But I mean, no extreme
Может
short
быть так.
stack evident over here. A bit of a cluster in terms of Nagy, Loon, Ponakov, 16 to 18 big blinds toward the bottom of this particular leaderboard. And then, of course, you have Chidwick at that 2.5 million. He was the overall chip leader coming into the day, has since slipped. And Hao Ji of China, first ever Triton event, sitting here with 35 big blinds coming back. That's the boss stack here, just in front of Jamil Wakil.
Certainly, but we're getting to that part of the tournament where not that many people are really deep now. I mean, stacks that look sizable when you
Я только одно не пойму. Продолжение вчерашнего турнира. А вот на котором Аврора сегодня зарегался, его не будут, что ли, показывать, типа, или что? Или он позже будет?
Anytime there's a big collision, all in a call sort of affair. 50 and 100,000 are the blinds. This all brought to you by Poker Stake. But I return to the question, Rasty. You know, when none of the stacks are particularly deep, with this many players still remaining, are we going to see a lot of like open 3-bet call spins, or do we still have enough latitude to play multi-street poker?
100 000 блайнд должен.
Multi-street poker if it's single raise pots.
Донгченко еще 3 блайнда осталось. Бедняга. С 4 сидел. Долго очень, никак ему карта не приходила.
You get 20, 25 big blind stacks, could just jam in there from the blinds. So it just means there is going to be some more pre-flop all-ins in a lot of the spots. There also, of course, there will be 3-betting, but, you know, it's hard for 4-bets at this point to be anything less than all-in.
Ну, 20 000 вход Аврора должен был играть сегодня турнир. На втором столе. НЛ8.
Will we witness that phenomenon as Chidwick with the ace-10 suited, min raise opening from the hijack?
Ну-ка, сейчас в Телеграме почитаем, может, что-то пишут ребята по поводу этого.
Versus the hijack here, 17 blinds. He decides it's strong enough to go all in. Seems quite reasonable.
Ooh, and he's run into Jamil Wakil. Ace-king suited.
Ace-king's worked out well for Jamil so far. If you remember, there's that hand we went over when they weren't at the feature. When we saw went raise, Jamil 3-bet, and Chidwick 4-bet jammed the ace-3 suited, and Jamil had ace-king, and it held.
Ну, я думаю, Джамиль заколет.
Could really do it again here. He's almost certainly going to put it in. And after he does, he's going to be in position to have
Чидинг выбросит.
Should he win.
Мои предположения такие.
There's the jam over the top. This will make things quite simple for Chidwick. Already out of there, and so Loon will be forced to spin with just about a 5% equity advantage in a 3.9 plus pot. This is a big one.
17 блайндов запушил, получается.
Third overall.
Нормально, в принципе.
With 22 remaining. Keep it ace and king free. The thought swirling in Lunlu's mind. And the Queen 7 Deuce Rainbow board is a cozy one for him. Not out of the woods yet, though. Club free.
Выставят шестерки.
to Loon sixes,
О,
which now lock it
that.
up. 6 of hearts on the turn. River doesn't matter. So ace king giveth and ace king taketh away for Wakil.
Yeah, certainly.
Jamil, by the way, playing under the Canadian banner. A lot of talent coming out of that corner. 441,000 in career.
Бывает
All
лун-лун.
of it coming at his one and only festival where he went 1 for 4.
В районе 30 блайндов, чуть больше.
Events back in London in the 50K 8 max.
34, да, получается, блайнда примерно.
When I double up, don't give me any of the black ones. Those ones just seem to not hold with anybody.
Вот этого игрока я не видел вчера в красной рубашке. Клетчатый.
Not sure that that particular philosophy was shared by anyone else at the table there. Nikki suggesting that the black chips are bad juju. You superstitious, Rasty? Be honest. You got any little things that you believe when you're out there?
I sometimes practice, even though I don't really believe, would be the way I put it. Does that make sense?
Are we talking rabbit feet, horseshoes,
No,
you
no,
know,
no.
the classics, or what?
Really,
give
the
me a
biggest
sense.
thing I'm superstitious about would be like, let's say I get short, I'll start.
Ну, с хайджека ты можешь ты подоткрыть.
But then if I start chipping up, I don't like to revert my chip stacking back to like traditional vertical.
Более стек позволяет.
20 chip stacks, so I keep my horizontal stack.
Богданов такой защищать будет. Так, Богданов, Юлиан Богданов. Попомни.
No, like stacks or like, you know, it's 25K, so there'll be 4. So it'll be little stacks of 4. And then I'll have like a lot of stacks of 4, and I'm, you know, stacking 4 stacks. And
Right. But of course you don't believe it. But
no, no. And when it gets obnoxious at some point, I revert it back. But I just, you know, what happened is the second time I won the Poker Players Championship.
Oh, right.
I just did that, and I just kept stacking it that way, and I never changed it the whole time.
Sure.
So it's just like a little thing I hold.
Тащу, Влад.
I don't really.
У меня 2 стола, я так на расслабончике.
That'd be the way I put it.
Well, the Queen 8 not being held on to by Bogdanov, who defended his big against that Ace 5 open for Loon Loon, who wins back-to-back pots. And now we flip it back over to Haxton and company. Ike has gone to the jacket here. Maybe a little bit nippy on stage right now. Gottlieb, Ace 3 suited open.
Here's another way to put it. You've played red or black before, right? You just bet on whether it's red or black. It's 50-50. I don't believe that one of them has it.
Ну, дама 10 должен защищать. А! Алын. Да, я забыл, что у него маленький стек. 3 блайнда у него. Удачи ему. Опа, дама. Я прям что-то в него болею. Его так жалко было. Он сидел там, не знаю, полигры, ему вообще ничего не приходило.
It's not that I really believe in the superstition, but I enjoy practicing it.
Yeah.
The tradition of doing it, even though I'm not really superstitious.
You don't want to be left out of
Но туз живой, американец.
Queen 10 for Dong Chen, by the way. Top pair, well in front of the Ace 3 suited for the time being. Gottlieb, then raise open, Dong defended, and then got the rest of his 25K in by check calling. Board pairing turn, keeps it safe now.
Yeah, there's definitely some cards that could have came and improved Seth's chances of making a straight or a flush or something, but now it's just an 8.
Блин.
Again, the Ace of Spades, second time that card specifically has left
Все-таки вылетает, да.
With a trip to the locker room, and on this occasion it is Hong Kong's Dong Chen.
It's 2 for 3.
Сидел, не досидел.
3 times someone's needed an ace and ace.
Ну и там был вариант еще дама 9 сьют запушить.
Outperforming, no question about it. So,
Так, выставление лун-лун.
Out of there, we'll collect the
Против Алексея по
second place payout, 37,500.
Короля поймал Алексей.
As we are on a pay jump bubble, and we are in front of Ace Queen with King 10, even further on the turn if we're Alex Ponakov.
Валет, да, спасает теперь? Ладно.
Also enjoying this run out. The King 10 very likely to and just beat the Ace Queen. Looks like the action was Lunloon opened and Ponakov's just jammed in over the top of it. The King 10 suited and got called by Lunloon, but this is exactly what I was saying with these chip stacks now.
Выигрывает Алексей.
Some jams,
Миллион 600 фишек.
some all-ins over opens.
16 ББ.
Not even a 3-bet, but just the all-in 3-bet.
No one can hold
I thought he had like 2 million something.
It's funny, right?
Is this a dry rub on Ponikov's here?
Он джинсовку этого, что ли, отжал у Лысого?
A lot of friction just based on the pressure levels.
Блин, забил.
Being observed there,
Имя игрока такая же, по-моему, джинсовка была. Вчера его часто показывали.
Other players at the table.
You like a massage at the table, don't you, Raz?
Yeah, you know, I feel like I don't get them quite as much as I used to. There was a period, like, I don't know, 8 years ago-ish, something where I used to get a lot of massages at the table.
Oh, sure. You think you're better than us. Sensitive
When you
and
were
better
keeping
than us.
track of your wins and losses and profit, would you deduct massage from the session, or was that just considered part of the rake of the session?
I mean, it depends.
You
I
can
guess
go off.
in a cash game, normally it's just coming off the table.
Right.
Так, что я хотел?
Right?
No. Tournament, obviously, I'm not counting. But, you know, you're out there in the cash streets. Maybe you spend $800 on a massage, something crazy, right? Which, by the way, might not be that crazy depending on who you are. But, you know, now
800's a lot. That's a long massage. It's a 400-minute massage at many Vegas casinos where it's $2 a minute.
Listen, I mean,
it
could be a 300-minute with tip.
But that's, or yes. Yeah. 300-minute with tip, sure, certainly. If we're including the tip, I didn't know that you were including the tip.
Блин, надо был перевод нажать.
It's still quite a while there, though. We're talking 300 minutes is 5 hours.
Somewhere Phil Ivey's rolling his eyes at you, by the way. He's like, what?
Секунду.
4-hour massage.
Там откроем.
No, I've definitely gotten a massage like almost an entire day of play at the WSOP.
This is what I'm talking about, Rasty. These are all of a sudden that 10K turns into a 12K. As we see pocket sevens for Chidwick, 3-betting to 2 million. This is a commitment. Donchev, Queen Jack suited. Not sure that he can take this heat.
Блин, как столы тут открыть? Посмотреть.
Probably not quite enough hand here.
Пусть обновим игры.
He's asking himself if he has the discipline to fold, and he decides that he does.
It's a pretty one, but, you know, it's where it's supposed to be. By the way, Donchev, his second ever Triton Festival here in Jeju, joined us in Monte Carlo late 2023, picked up a little over 400,000 in earnings across 3 cashes, had a second in the 25K Turbo, so these brisk levels, something that he's been able to navigate successfully. Another member of the Bulgarian delegation. By the way, Wakil is to Louis Vuitton as Artur Martirosyan is to Gucci. I would say, just, you know, we've got a very uniform commitment to the label here.
Very apt analogy. Yeah, definitely. He's all in.
Schulman's read on annual Gucci spend for Martirosyan during yesterday's broadcast was pegged at 50,000, which we're going full retail, obviously, in that spot. We're not looking for a sale, but this feels like a pretty big commit to the Gucci streets. But he's the man, you know. He's on an email list somewhere. Ace-Jack, meanwhile, for Chidwick, who once again has a candidate to perhaps get after this Donchev Open.
He's got to decide how he wants to play this here.
Блин, вчера ссылки кидали. TRITON плюс.
Has 2.7, so he just decides to grip it and rip it. It's only 20 bigs.
Тут, походу, нельзя столы посмотреть.
Not to get called and gets it through, picks up a nice pot, 400,000 profit.
I don't even want to touch it.
Через телефон что-то. А, вот она. Плюс.
At some point to win, all your chips are going to have to be black.
Once again,
I'll wait for that moment.
taking a 200K nibble out of Donchev. That can be a little bit annoying, you know. Two straight opens, same guy 3-bets you back to back. You start to.
Так, какой стол у Авроры?
Maybe one more data point required, but we've all been there.
Второй.
Yeah, certainly. You ask yourself if it's personal or not.
Oh, I've put the
Many times
limit
it's not, but
streets.
sometimes it is.
I've just put the 4-bet in there to do it, you know, just for a little message to be sent, regardless of the holding. I'm like, listen, had a little bit of enough of this. You know what I mean? So let's just go. You want to go? Let's go.
Вот он.
Do you find that it's message received, or it encourages more shenanigans?
At that point, I'm boiling so much, I don't even know that I look for that part of the process. It's just a little purge for me, you know what I mean? It's Bogdanov, also member of the Bulgarian.
Блин, а как я никак не сделаю, наверное.
Bet by Nagy, ill-timed with the fives.
Можем только чекать, смотреть.
Might have been a little bit more interested in the absence of this 3-bet.
Уже нельзя в отдельном окне пустить.
Into the bin it goes. And we'll go back around to Bogdanov here. 2.5 million back, 800 on request. Not so high up that he's going to want to play out.
Будем посматривать, что такое.
As a call.
Оп.
So he does.
Нет, вот так.
End up jamming. Nagy only had another 350 back, so commitments had been declared and honored now, and situation ain't great for Nagy. He knows it. Well, he's got 10 cents now, needs to make 15, and he's done it on the ace-5 deuce board. Couple of clubs working, but the set well out in front of Bogdanov's queens.
Сет пятерок, да? Поймал.
Neither one of them reacted at all to
Neji.
that flop.
Well, when you've got the fives, you kind of know that you've just given the guy a bad beat, so you know, maybe a little bit restrained. Bogdanov.
Так, у Авроры получается 281 ББ. Хорош. С Дубовым сидит за одним столом. Что у него еще там? Ну, откроем король 3. Я сижу, у меня вообще карт нет.
Wounds sustained as we flip back over to another pot that involves not just queens, but jacks and a king-queen as well, with McCulley opening under the gun to 200,000.
4 бет с вольтами. С дамами Алын может, наверное, пойти.
Largely dormant Roman Hrabec to 750.
И будет прав.
How awkward, if at all, is this for McCulley, Rast?
Джош, давай, Алын. Не стесняйся.
I think you got to go with queens, though.
As does McCulley.
You know, it's just Fedor could be messing around, and Roman probably has a pretty good hand, but we're talking pocket queens, and at the end of the day, he only has 20 big blinds. I don't think we're really at a point yet where ICM is so extreme that you would fold queens here. And yeah, I like his decision to go with it. Obviously, you can see it was correct, but that doesn't always make something right or wrong.
Просто 5 бет.
Roman we can see is
А смысл 25 за спиной осталось. Просто Алын бы нажал.
Not entirely certain what he's going to do. I could see him letting it go, and I could see him putting it in. It's a really gross spot.
Типа под них, под их стеки.
Roman try to just play the game, play some poker, and make a good decision.
I mean, listen, nothing wrong with his choice to 4-bet, but obviously to put another 1.25 million of the 1.4 back.
Но не выбросить, я думаю, вольтов.
Jacks, when bottom of range feels like the ace kings of the world here for McCulley, seldom would the
Слишком много в банке.
perform this way, would they not?
Yeah, I don't.
Ну, 14 блайндов у него бы осталось. Можно и отскочить. На яйца будет пас.
The kind of ace king to the bottom of the range,
Yeah.
in which case we're off to the races?
I'd say maybe his range might, for McCulley, might be something like jacks or queens plus ace king. Does he have ace queen suited? I don't know.
Well, regardless,
something
it's
like
2
that.
overs, and we're going to see all 5, you know, if we make this call.
О,
Yeah,
хорош.
he lets it go.
Yeah.
I think he decides just Josh
Выбросил
never has a worse
всё-таки.
pair.
Yeah.
And maybe only ace king, and that's just not quite good enough. He's getting 2 to 1 on his money, but he's not doing very well against that range.
Not often, especially when we haven't been able to get involved to the degree that Roman has. Do we find the 4-bet and then fold? And obviously the 5-bets come fewer and farther between as we flip it back over to Bogdanov. Now 1.4 million in front of him after being down by Nagy's 5s. Phil up to 3 million, and now deuces. Oh, hang on. Outer table action here. Looks like Wairan Poo involved in one against Lewis Spencer. Covering stack appears to belong to Wairan Poo, being told that it is ace king against king 10. Spencer on his feet. It was a jam from the button by Poo, a call off by Spencer with that king 10 suited. Board run out. Didn't go his way. Monotone ace-6 for hearts. Top pair for Pooh. Turn was a queen, giving Spencer the gutter, but the river, a 4th heart, no heart in hand for Spencer, and instead in hand is the backpack and the beverage as he will visit the payout desk. Spencer finishing 21st for 37.5. Everybody getting a modest bump now. 41,500 for the next 3 slots will be the payout.
One black chip. I figured maybe 1 black chip and 4 white ones would work better. Didn't work out so well. It may have.
Yeah, you know, jacks versus the range of queens plus ace king is 36%, which is actually just a hair over if you're getting 2 to 1. Then you got to figure, well, this is for my tournament life, the value of the chips lost versus those chips gained. But Roman was definitely deciding in that spot that that was a very, very good hand that he was up against.
Lewis Spencer, by the way, just to put a bow on that one, his 5th career Triton cash, adding to his already 700,000 in career Triton earnings. First paid us a visit in London in 2023, went 1 for 2 with a final table in the 60K 8 max for 213K, then went 3 for 6 in Monte Carlo. Not managing to find a final table there.
Лёха хорош.
Here, but cashing in your very first event of the 17 on the schedule. Always
Лидер
a start.
столом.
As Wakil will start things back at one of our features with ace 5 in the cutoff. Queen 9 suited for Donchev. Mulled over from the small. And you see kind of an emphatic fold. Did the same thing against Chidwick with the Queen Jack suited. Emblematic of perhaps a bit of frustration.
I agree. It seems like he's kind of annoyed at folding pretty hands, you know, kind of suited, pretty big cards, but might be something for him just to take note of. Probably not optimal to be that annoyed and wear it on your face at the poker table.
Oh, listen. Now, obviously, even further annoyed at the fact that he would have flopped top pair on this rainbow 9 high texture. Had Bogdanov in a bad way if he was in there. Instead, it is Bogdanov who has the ace 5 in a bad way after defending the big, now checking over.
Богданов зацепился за флоп. Стейки у них короткие. 10-17 блайндов. Я думаю, Богданов может до восстановления дойти.
Make some sense, but definitely usually larger sizes are used on these kind of like 9 high raggedy boards. It's definitely not going to make Queen 8 go anywhere.
There's the 7 on the turn and the bad side of a gut shot.
По-прежнему тут живой.
Wakil.
Does Wakil think he's got
Также шестерка усиливает стрита.
hand to show down? A
Промилем.
little bit of something with the worst possible gut shot in order to just barrel at this. Just bet 500,000, could even fold to a shove. Decides no, we're just gonna wave the white flag
Прочекали.
and kind of give up.
Doesn't find the ace or 6 on the river after the check back, and now we'll see if Bogdanov seeks value.
Интересно, сколько Богданов будет ставить. Но я думаю, здесь полбанка надо. И вообще алын просто пихать. Боится он, что там девятка может быть.
His hand is not always good, but good often enough that he could definitely consider value betting.
Поэтому, я думаю, много не поставит.
Looks like he 200.
Вообще маленькую.
50,000. Just 20% pot, just really going for.
Во-первых, он себя обезопасил тем самым,
Small bet size.
что не упадет в какую-то девятку, там, стриты, 6-5. И это может добрать. Ну, нет, пас. 17 блайндов у него становится.
So unable to cobble the 150 off of the stack of Wakil, despite his best efforts.
Yeah, there were no flush draws on the flop, right? The 7 of clubs on the turn really filled in a lot of the straight draws. You know, there are a few hands you could think of, something like Queen 10 or Queen Jack specifically as being the ones that make the most sense. You know, maybe something like
Одно место свободно у них за столом, почему-то никого не сажают.
That just sort of floated the flop, but you really have to reach to find bluffs. So.
Так как у Лехи там дела. 129 ББМ. Раздача идет, кстати. Зубом зарубились.
Ace Queen now for Wakil. Nick touches upon this idea that when we make a good laydown, that the poker gods reward us in short order with something like an ace queen to start. You know what I mean? Like, he's got this ideology.
So is that a superstition that he believes in or that he practices?
I don't know that he believes in it, but obviously, you know, when all of a sudden we pick up a nice hand right after we make maybe a you know, disciplined laydown. The ace 5 muck was not some crazy thing, but he likes to think that we are smiled down upon, as raining down upon Wakil is Nagy's ace deuce. A rip here.
Туз 2? Серьезно? Неджи, ты чё?
Dug in here for all of his 1.7. Nagy being the covering stack, obviously relevant insofar as he is not at risk, but he is certainly in a bad way here. Note, however, that he still has 24%.
Чё натворил? О. Не знаю, где смотреть. Здесь, сейчас. Здесь и здесь интересно. Так, тут чем закончится? Ставит Леха, будет добирать. Ошалеть. Ну, у него стек позволял, он его покрывал. Сделать. Так, теперь Леха что тут долго думает.
As Nagy can just shake his head. As first with pocket fives against queens, and now with ace deuce against ace queen.
200 тысяч поставил. Ого. Что у него может быть? Да у него что все угодно. Но у него и стриты закрылись с тузом. По 3-5. Флеши закрылись. Я думаю, это сильно достаточно.
Jam, and the first one was okay. He had a pair, but this one ace deuce off. This was a little It's a little irresponsible, but it worked out. But I'm just saying it's a contrast to the poker that Nagy seemed to be playing early in the tournament when he did have a large chip stack, but was pretty, he was deep stack, cash game-ish type poker.
Here's what I'll say about Phil, though. It's not as though that irresponsibility is something lost on him. It's just that he's willing to embrace it. Right? Take that high variance approach. He wants to put folks in spots that are maybe going to make them less comfortable, deviate from the GTO, and this is on brand for Phil.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, I sometimes irresponsible, aggressive, reckless poker can be fun. It's enjoyable, but I'm just more than focusing on that part of it. The bigger point I'm trying to make is just it's interesting that he's
Yes. Listen, being in the money obviously has a little bit of something to do with that.
Где-то 200 ББ, наверное, у него.
Chidwick defending with 10 deuce, flopping the open ender. Bogdanov, 5 of clubs.
150. А, наверное, блайнды повысились, поэтому.
Chidwick is definitely somebody who has the stronger draw, and sometimes in this situation that and some chutzpah to start betting at the pot at some point means he'll end up winning. Ace-5 might not be able to get to showdown by the end.
Now an interesting turn that puts Chidwick in front, but puts 2 tones and a 4-liner out there.
Chidwick's definitely flipped on this one from, okay, how can I try to win this here with 10 high to, all right, is my pair of 10s good? It's more a hand that he wants to get to showdown rather than get a ton of value out of on a board with 4 straight cards, 2 flush draws, all the straights. Julian Bogdanov kind of realizes that ace-high has very little showdown here. If it goes checked all the way to the river, he's almost certainly not going to be good. So he is debating whether or not he wants to actually kind of bluff with this hand now.
340.
And yeah, he decides to do exactly that. He does have the ace of hearts, which if you were going to pick a combo to do this with, it's one of the better ones. And just kind of ace-high, nothing. I mean, his 5 doesn't really play for a straight now because his 6 brings a 10 high straight on the board. So he doesn't really have a gutter anymore. But he is blocking potential flush draws. And he goes for a pretty big sizing here. 350. He's trying to ask some of these one-pair type hands to fold.
And the trouble, of course, for Chidwick is when we make this call, we certainly are doing so in the hopes that we don't face another barrel on the river because it is so difficult with the unimproved 10 to find the showdown, and the price obviously could be even more expensive. And with that in mind, Chidwick does check fold. Do want to point out, by the way, that this Nagy spin-up has now put him in second in chips overall. If he manages to haul that 786,000 in, then perhaps he can mosey on down to the Jacob & Co. booth, our official timekeepers on the Triton Poker Series, and pick up yet another piece. He's already got one in the closet. Jacob & Co. responsible for the incredible timepieces on your screen. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, they are the perfect watch brand to check out. They'll also be awarding special collaboration timepieces to be won.
Да, часики крутые.
Main event winners. Gonna want to keep an eye out for that. Chidwick, the owner of one of those pieces.
That was a nice little hand there. Bogdanov found a nice.
Пока тут нету экшена, сейчас глянем, что там у Лехи. У Лехи все круто. Пока что. Пока что все хорошо. Так, Алын, кто тут у нас оставляется? С 8 Алын пошел, да?
To jam as opposed to open and then let Chidwick 3-bet him, and wouldn't you know it, it's Chidwick that could be a prospective customer with ace-9 suited. Rast is 1.42 rich.
Да, я думаю, выбросить чейдинг, не будет он такой колить.
I'm curious what Chidwick's going to think. He does cover. It is for more than half his chips. We are getting down. Only 19 left.
Yeah, chooses to muck.
Ну, лунло легкий пас.
Probably calls ace-10 suited there. I think it's that close.
But the chasm between an ace-9 and an ace-10
Сколько он, 17 ББ пушил?
as the ace-10 can be played for Broadway.
I mean, sure, yeah, no, but it's the next rung up. It's a bigger difference than ace-8 to ace-9, but not, yeah.
Maybe I'm overselling.
Chasm was just
chasm is rich.
Strong.
Можно мне вот эту вот женщину сюда вот тоже? Массажик. Лягу сейчас.
Oh, hang on. Outer table action over here. Ken Tong and Peter Ertz.
Что-то угорает, сидят. Алын, что ли, пошли?
Ace-8 against ace-8 on an 8-4 tray board. Action came down with a jam from the small out of Ken.
Поделили, да, походу. Тоже тут сидят.
For 1.1, and the boys can laugh it off. Money went in pre.
And they chop. Okay. That seemed very jovial for a rather sizable all-in for two guys who were just, one of them was maybe going to be on the bicycle, but I guess they had hands that were going to chop, so.
Love that. Was that the Tony G on your bike? That was him, right?
I have no idea where that phrase is from.
I think it was from Tony G, who, by the way, haven't seen here in Jeju. You never know, though. He lurks.
Зиманим. И фишечки.
Meanwhile, Chidwick.
Он просто не первый раз уже блефует.
Asking for a count before defending.
Yeah, very bad way. This is going to be a tough one for him to win.
Just 6% pre-flop. But he now has more.
Так, читинг с дамами, да.
Than 37%.
Но у Алексея Панаковского флеш-дро.
Presenting the lone flush draw.
На месте читинга плотно сейчас ставил бы.
550 in the middle.
Прям 75% банка где-то надо пихать.
Over 4-to-1 stack to pot ratio. Not loving getting it in on the flop, to say the least. Yet you want to get value from your hand, maybe a little bit.
Хотя с другой стороны ты уже начинаешь тормозить, потому что ты думаешь, а вдруг у него с флопа флеш, просто уже сидишь думаешь. 275. Треть банка, да? Такой. Так, ну тут я вот так сделаю. Ну блин, ну ты-то куда третьим? Дамы друг друга блочат. Мне главное этого выиграть. Ну я этого выбил. Там и там удвоился, отлично.
275 into 550.
Feels like he's probably continuing, but
it also feels like the scapula and perhaps trapezius are the current focal points back there.
Выбросил.
I got massage envy right now.
Интересно.
Yes, the poker. But
флеш-дро выбросил.
I decided when you and I were last in the booth.
Я бы не выкинул, мне кажется, такое. Не, я бы точно такое не выкинул.
In Cyprus, and you know, a gentle corrective action was taken. I was told, let's not do that again.
Yeah, you think that's a shutdown.
It was a shutdown.
Okay.
Что это австралиец у меня чудит тут опять за столом.
I had forgotten that. Well, it was a shutdown, and so when you had brought it up, I was like, oh, I wonder if we could.
Опять решил блефануть. Либо попал реально.
So good thing I followed up then.
Yeah.
You know, I tend to venture out to the boundaries of the
Ну, в четверочку
code of
попал.
conduct as a general practice in any line of employment, not with, you know, nefarious
Метим его как
intentions,
фиша.
just a natural result of my inclination toward mischief.
I'm just not very used to being employed. So I'm probably
You
in the
answer to
same
no
boat.
one generally.
Так, читинг рейс 105.
Job I've had since Blockbuster when I was in college, which was the first job that I had.
Маковский может и затребать такой руку.
Actually, no, I think I've
Что
had
выбросить.
2 jobs. Yeah, Blockbuster, that was my first summer back, and then I got a temp
Не, ну
job.
король 9
That
надо
temp
защищать
job
в
was
любом
actually the
случае.
summer I started playing poker. I quit that job halfway through the summer, used that money. I made $20K playing poker that summer.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a lot of coin. What was the temp
to
job?
poker. I was in a lab and I had to I would get like urine samples and I had to like run
Короля поймал.
drug tests or whatever. So I was like checking.
You were
whether people
anti-doping, Rast?
I guess I was anti-doping.
You
people.
outed Lance? What's your deal?
I don't know. There weren't names. It was just tubes and numbers and whatever. But
Прям опасная доска
So
такая.
you're saying we could have,
5 червей
if I
хватает.
needed to pass something, if I was
3
one of those who
червухи.
was concerned that, you
Вернее,
know,
не
that
опять,
was
до
a
этого Буби был, но я имею в виду. Чтобы игрока
Meanwhile,
думать
top
будут, что
pair
у кого
here for
флеш.
Danchev as we flip back over to the poker. Chidwick open to 200. Defense from Dimitar, who is in for
Димитра
this
аккуратно
as
будет
well.
играть.
Chidwick does follow through for this 275. Obviously hopeful that this will be the end of this pot. As we can see, it will not.
Ну, читинг флеш может изображать здесь спокойно.
with top pair.
Но если Димитр сейчас соберется с яйцами и зачекрейзит,
1000.
или вообще запушит.
Yeah, he comes with call. Very reasonable. And that leaves a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. And Chidwick doesn't have very many ways to win this.
Ну, мне кажется, кол плохая опция. Если бы он зачекрейзил,
Making the best hand.
тот бы заколил, то он понял бы точно, что у него шата нет.
Don't really see it here.
Вернее, если бы он заколил, то
He's gonna have so many other hands that actually
большая вероятность, что у него флеш может быть. А если бы он выбросил,
win versus hands such as Dimitar.
сейчас он просто заколил и сидит, думает, что.
With straight draws, flush draws, etc. So
Конечно, стейки маленькие
ace-5, no heart.
обоих, поэтому не разбежишься тут особо.
He's
У него 10 ББ вот осталось.
But if he
10
does
блайндов
fold,
в игре
it's
уже.
definitely not gonna be all in.
Ну, читингу, конечно, попроще здесь.
Back now that the pot has grown to 1.1, fails to improve on the river, though Danchev now plays the queen kicker.
Димитра устраивает эта карта.
Now the decision whether or not to value bet.
Если бы еще червуха пришла, были бы проблемы.
His hand isn't always good, but definitely rates to be good very often. What
Что читинг, интересно, делать будет.
as well. Any straight draw or flush draw miss.
Ну, надо пробовать добирать. Чего бояться? Ставь хотя бы треть банка.
Comes with 40%. And Chidwick,
Красавчик.
well, his hand is not that strong. It
Ну, читинг, я думаю,
bluffs essentially.
не будет здесь ничего придумывать. Просто выбросить и все.
40% here with the 7.
Хотя в теории,
Has, I'd say at least
если он здесь, допустим, all-in поставит, заблефует, то он выбит
have after check.
короля, я думаю.
He's not gonna have too many queen X hands.
Так как он может и флеш изобразить, и восьмерку.
You know, there are a lot of those hands. King 8, potentially a flush, but like, there's also hands such as
Но если так сыграть, это, блин, это очень круто.
9-10 off with a heart.
Опять же, он боится тоже
you know,
флеша
maybe
какого-то.
even Jack 6 off with the Jack of Hearts, but doesn't feel like a lot of hands. But Chidwick's trying to maybe get a read.
Выбросил.
Ends up letting
Ну
it
да.
go.
Более логично.
Well, let's pop over to an outer table where Rayron Poo finds himself all in against
Выставление.
Axel Halle.
Дама 10 против
Right
чего
on
там?
the
Не
covering
показали.
stack, Ace 9 against Queen 10 of hearts, and it looks as though backdoor hearts have come in here for Axel Halle on this ace high flop. And boy, you know, that'll whet your appetite. polishing off a little something on the side table there, along with a little chunk of Wayron's chips.
He had been getting pretty short, but actually he was the shortest stack in the tournament going into that hand, but
yeah,
got the double.
Opened to 250 up front, jammed to 650, call the extra 400, and there they went on the ace 4-10 run out. King of hearts, 3 of hearts. Backdoor flush. Did have the gutter and the 10 working, of course.
Это неправильно. Филнеджи показывают, пасуют другие. Че тут 4 рейс, кол 4. Ребята, играйте без меня.
Wayron was 4th, now sits 6th. Average stack at present 2.8 million or 23 bigs. Shortest stack is Weixiang Yu.
Да, если ладно. Тузы подъехали, думаю, сколько рейзить.
Second shortest stack.
The 2 stacks in the blinds both only have around 2 million, so Ponikov's debating whether or not to play sixes there.
Да, Аврора жив, вот, смотри. Я открыл стол, и трансляции нет.
Definitely a fold on the snugger side. A hand he could have just shipped in, but yeah, decided not to.
У него сколько? 152 ББ, все в порядке у него там. Но их не показывают. Они же другой турнир играют. Это вчерашний турнир показывают. Вот который здесь идет, здесь 15 тысяч долларов. Вот которая трансляция идет. А где Аврора играет, там 20 тысяч. Конечно, тут, ну, некоторые решения для меня тут непонятны. Но в целом, ну, допустим, так в голове прокручиваю, что-то пытаюсь угадать, там, вот, совпадает. Ну, вот, допустим, чел трибетит туз 4 с 10 ББ. Как тебе такое? Ой, нет, с 20 ББ, ладно. Извиняюсь, тогда нормально.
Prospects of playing the bloated one out of position there. Not exactly what we have in mind when
разномастная причем.
Take it down right here and now for Bogdanov.
Богданов? Звучит как Богдан Офф.
Julian, by the way, finished 8th in the 25K GG Millions live back in Monte Carlo. His first ever Triton stock, good for 122,000. That his loan cash on his Triton resume.
Я вчера с этого типа угорался, с этой, как она, с козырьком чел сидел, с бабушачим. Ну, где, в Японии или в Корее такие носят. От солнца. Козырек, блядь, на пол стола вот так вот торчал. Причем в цветочек. Так, Зиметр. Пальты подъехали. Что-то ты быстро рейзишь, чел. Надо было посидеть вот так. Подумать. Богданов трибетить должен такую руку. Неджи тоже может ворваться, по идее. Бля, ну дорого, конечно, ворваться. 105. Выбрось. Дороговато. А, в итоге all-in на 3 бет, да? И заколил. Богданов.
we go. Jacks against
О,
ace 10 on a 2-diamond
куча аутов
flop.
теперь.
Threats.
Finds the flush draw.
Сейчас может решиться судьба турнира обоих. Так, десятка. Еще аутов добавила.
Courtesy of this 10 of hearts
30%
turn. Can the
аут.
Jacks hold on in a whopping 4.6 million chip pot? Yes, they can. A clean queen of clubs as the Bulgarian balance transfer.
Не спасла дама.
Doncic.
Ну, аутов много было.
Never win.
No.
This board I never win. Every time.
Была бы она бубновая.
Situation.
Tons of confirmation bias in those never win in these spot declarations, obviously, because when it comes in, that's the expected outcome, and we don't really log it.
It's one of those, you know, 65% of the time.
А он разве не вылетел?
That's why I like.
Что-то там осталось, что ли?
I don't know why, but when you said it that
Так,
way,
пока тут непонятки. Сейчас посмотрим, что у
just
Лехи.
imagined Antonio Esposito.
Ну, Аврора 120 ББ, чпует, за столом
Yeah,
сидит.
you know,
Все хорошо у него.
65%, it's too many outs, you know.
Зубовым у него там интересная раздача была. Мне прям интересно, что у него было. Не знаю, может, в телеге
You
напишет.
can close your eyes and picture it as
Роликс.
well, I'm sure. Maybe you've even heard it.
Yeah, I've definitely.
Так, вот он что-то скинул. Забавный стол попался.
Antonio's verbal mannerisms have rubbed off on me, but I've definitely heard that Phil Locks have.
You know, I haven't listened to him in so long, but he is a particularly unique cup of tea. I would love, by the way, self-indulgently, to see some of those guys who were kind of at the bleeding edge of televised poker, the big, colorful characters, work their way into these streets. You know, I think there's some cozier spots, perhaps, that they're enjoying right now, but it would be a welcome addition.
You know, I think Phil told me he's going to start playing on the
Ну, Аврора хорошо там все пока.
like every week. But yeah,
Так, Алын.
I don't know.
9-7, псих.
You know,
Maybe we throw in a little
it's
airfare or
unlikely,
something.
but
You know?
Ну, с малого блайнда на большой это нормальная
his
тема.
way out here to play.
He may not even have any idea we exist, man. This is Phil. Robic, by the way, rip and take it there.
No, Phil Locks knows what's going on in the poker world.
Yeah.
Сколько у него? 15 ББ?
I mean, I'm not saying he watches all the
Примерно.
streams or whatever. He's not completely oblivious to what goes on in poker. He pays a little attention.
I'm not a grinder. Well, I feel like I'm playing one this series.
Gottlieb is claiming not to be a grinder,
I'll tell you what,
although
he's
he's playing one.
Climax.
He said.
yeah, what is,
All about
he's in character? Like what's
Like, I guess he's saying he feels like he's grinding right now. Is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I'm sure it feels grindy to a cash game guy to sit and be disciplined and respect ICM and all of that, right? Even though it's just part of the
Дама.
course, not necessarily a grind.
Here we go, eights off the 20 bigs. Probably gonna find the limp. Yeah.
Ну, тут я, пожалуй, пас.
Trapping, and he's
С дамой неохота было выбрасывать.
trapping in the sense.
Ну, вот если бы он Алын не пошел, я бы, наверное, заколил,
garbage
возможно.
hands to raise it up out of the big blind, but
375.
garbage is not what's raising. It's the
Спасибо,
open
Влад.
suited, and this is most likely
Нет, TRITON вообще это самый интересный турнир, то что вообще.
re-raise and they get it all in, but I've seen stranger things than a call.
I'm all in. Call.
Алын, да.
There it is. As you predicted,
Ну и кол, я думаю.
Jam, Snap, Michaelitis, and How G will play a massive 5.
Кто, восьмерки или туз-дама?
The advantage of being the covering
Я за
seed,
восьмерки.
obviously 850 isn't going to be a lot off of which to operate if things don't improve for the ace-queen
Что там
suited.
было, Игорь?
With 19 left here.
Pretty consequential pot.
Ралли, туз-дама.
Looks like the winner of this is going to be second in chips.
Туз-дама выиграла в итоге.
Here it comes. Ace and queen free texture. Hao-Chi can get behind it.
Yeah, pretty good flop for Hao-Chi.
Now this turn presents a bit of a threat in the form of the counterfeit.
Adds the 3 9s.
And instead, yet again, that ace of
Туз с
spades
ривером пришел.
savagely plunks its
Пытается
way
сдержать
onto a
улыбку,
river.
и такая.
3 out of 4 occasions now in which it was required.
Но он уже, наверное, расстроился, думал, туз не придет. Ну, важно, важно для обоих было.
And on this occasion, the wrong end of it for the pocket eights.
Заулыбался.
Who is
Сделал.
but not before collecting $41,500 for the 19th place finish and leaving behind 18 to continue to do battle here in event number 1, which yours truly, Ali Najad and Brian Rast, are pleased and privileged to be able to deliver to you free of charge on YouTube and the Triton Poker Plus app, wherever it is that you're streaming. Give us a like and a subscribe, we beg of you. Beg is a bit rich. I'm asking, I'm not groveling. And by the way, you're gonna do it. I don't need to get Jedi about this, but, you know, price is right. And I like to think we're doing good stuff out here. So show a little love, mash the buttons, and on we march.
Mash the like and subscribe. Support the channel. Let's go.
Let's go.
Put the pom-poms down, Rasty. No, I'm for it.
That's how the algorithm knows that we're doing a good job.
Yes.
Девяточки.
Warm welcome, by the way, to the, you know, large
Капец, у него стек огромный.
contingent.
Если
Just based on the chat, seeing a lot of enthusiasm for the event on home soil here from them.
All-in полетит, наверное.
Regrettable that they're not able to participate, but good to see them still soaking up the coverage here as Haxton opens to 250 and Rabic ace-9 suited off of 1.7. Did he say jam? Yes, he did.
Looks like he decided this was it. Ike's going to be open wide enough. We've got a good enough hand. Let's go.
Добрый вечер.
Well, Macaulay's going to be thinking similar thoughts here, asking for counts.
No, he's putting it in.
Мне интересно после этого, если этот all-in пойдет, Сак будет колить с девятками? Я думаю, нет.
Once he goes all in for 2.8 here, it's probably a little too much action for Ike, who is certainly calling Roman. But Josh's rejam from the big blind represents a pretty strong range that I think is just a little too strong for nines.
Так, вот интересно, Сак что будет. Ну, я думаю, надо выбрасывать тут. Полбанка его. Смысл рисковать. У него супер хороший стек. Какой смысл ему с девятками колить? Я бы выбросил.
Probably calls, but this is about as good of a. This is one of the best situations you could ask for.
2-8-7-5.
Но с другой стороны, если он заколет, то у него очень много шансов просто забрать банк. Там тузы друг другу кроют.
Ike's got a bit more hand here than he needs to have to be opening hijack, obviously, with this massive 6 million. But
what it comes down to is Roman has a pretty strong, but not like amazingly strong range there, just jamming in his, 13 blinds from the dealer button or whatever. But Josh's range is very strong. I don't think nines is performing very well, and it's not for 1.7 million. It's for 2.9. So, nines is starting to get up there to close.
But this is chunky from Macaulay.
I think, yeah, I like this fold by Ike. Now I know we can see that he had a lot of equity there, but I really think he made the right decision. I like his decision.
Блин, что-то я заолынил и попал в неприятную ситуацию.
But imagine the ace is dead, and and there's all that dead money in the pots. The ace-9 has very little equity now. So if after seeing these hands, Ike will wish he had called. But yeah, it's not how poker works.
And I don't think anybody's going to fault him in spite of having laid down the best hand with a good chunk of equity for making that choice in this scenario. And the nines were In good shape here on the 3-4-5 board. Both players with the wheel draw. You heard Thabic say, I'll take a deuce.
No, more than that. I like Ike's decision. I think he made the right one, but that's how it goes.
No deuce and no heart. Leave Thabic fishing a 9. There's
А чё он не
actually
открывает?
one available. Deuce for the chop. Can he find either? No. A board pairing 5 and the ace-king. Holds for McCulley. As it is he who claims the pelt of Roman Hrabec. 18th place payout.
Yeah, and Ike would have just, had he called, he would have crossed the 10 million barrier, busting both of them.
Absolutely massive. Hrabec, by the way, playing under the Czech banner, 1.1 million plus in career earnings. Going to be adding 41.5 to that for his 4th career cash here at his 3rd ever.
Так, ну у Лехи опять все отлично. Нормально идет. Смотрим, что дальше.
An ascent for McCulley, by the way, up to 3rd place overall, behind Michaelitis and Haxton. Meanwhile, queens against 6s, and this is not the first time that the ladies have fallen to a set. As you see,
Шестерки
Bosnov
вин.
was on the wrong end of it before. Now the man doling it out.
That's 2 aces. He's out.
Sorry. Сидит ржет. Каре шестерок сюда.
Donchev saying we're even, although this pot far more modest than the prior one. Between these two. So a bit of a roller coaster ride for Bogdanov. But happy
Bogdanov.
not to be headed for the exits after being
Я зашел.
in bad shape pre.
3.21.
By the way, 18th is still 41,500 in payouts. I believe I implied that the last of them had been claimed earlier. Shortest stack in the field right now belongs to Ponikovs. He's down to just a buck and a quarter there in the 1 hole.
Yeah. She forgot take one. Yeah.
I also think. One time back.
Michaelitis up there with Ike now. Both of them essentially tied for the chip lead. And a host of stacks in the 4 million range. So no one really running away at the top. In fact, quite a logjam of big stacks that are all within reach.
Nagy. Suited wheel ace, hijack open. Ponikov small blind 10-5. He'll have just 75 back. But he'll have the entire orbit to find a hand. That's the upshot.
And he can win the full ante. So it's a very interesting spot, right? Because that 75 can win the full.
Блин, он уже час сидит, его номинает. А у него, я думаю, что он не вылетел, а у него вон 75к осталось. Сидит, думает. Пофигу, Аллен говорит. Валетики, добрый вечер. Нормально ему фартит. Только удвоился, еще вальты подъехали. Ребачить будет, да. Или Аллен сразу поставил. А, не, на 4 бет, смысл ему.
Do you think the value of, you know, possibly getting 3-1 is better?
No, I think he'd prefer to be headed.
Unfortunately,
You know,
up
Nagy
against jacks.
Nike has a hand that theoretically
Maybe we can
shove, but he decides
type on
to
Edge.
once not make
Maybe.
aggressive pre-flop move.
Best hand in poker. You can make every straight possible.
Look at Nagy, some encouraging observations there in terms of the 10-5 being able to make all the straights. And a jack in the window is an ugly sight.
But again, we can make some straights.
Sure.
It's pretty tough.
Oh, and there's a two-way straight draw now suddenly available. 8 or a queen would do the trick. 8 outs after running into a set with just 10 high. And the deuce of diamonds isn't going to be one of those 8 outs, as this $500,000 will go to Dimitar Donchev, and the last of the $41,500 payouts will go to Alex Ponikovs. Adding to his $7.9 million plus in career tournament earnings on the Triton Super High Roller.
Я сам себя вот наминаю, сижу. Оп, оп.
He will leave behind 16 to continue to do battle here in event number 1 with the blind steady at 50 and 125,000. That means it's time
Так, что там с Лехой?
Quick peek at the chip counts there, brought to you by GG Poker. Donchev is now drawn ahead of Chidwick ever so slightly. I'm being told we're going to slip one more hand in.
100 блайндов у него. Нормально так же все плюс.
Right, it's coming down to the blinds here. Lundlund certainly going to pass that in the dealer button.
Have 1 million? Total 1,025,000.
Ooh. Is King 3 off enough to ship? He decides it is.
Yeah, there's your answer. Bogdanov, ace, queen. No, by the way, 47,000 is the payout, and I stand corrected because Hrabic's 18th finish was indeed the last of the 41.5s. 47K for Ponikovs, and that'll be the case for the 16th place finisher as well. Pay jump up to 53.5 for 15th.
Я уже думаю, что за лынс король 3, а он покрывает жестко.
Looks like he's using time banks.
Because we're on that direct pay jump in the hopes that someone else will bust in advance of him?
It appears that would be the reason why.
Fair play, of course, to utilize one's time
Он сидит, думает.
in that interest.
Пол просто и все.
Not deliberation with respect to whether or not to get it in with the ace queen.
Я там, блин, сколько, 6 ББ или 7 осталось, сидит, думает.
Completed the hands that they were on, yeah. By the way, credit to Donchev, even though he could have asked for the chip count there pre-flop.
Ну что, жена на работе, помять меня некому.
The optics of that would not have been great in English. These things are important. Do want to positively reinforce them, and unfortunately a negative reinforcement on this flop in the form of a 3 for Bogdanov, who is now behind the king. Stays that way on the turn, does add deuces to the arsenal, if we can call it that. Can he find one of his needed 10 outs? No.
Okay.
And that'll do it for Yulian Bogdanov. Out of here.
Богданов буквально за несколько раздач прям так жестко раскрутился. У него там стек вообще маленький был. All-in выиграл, потом с вальтами нормальный банк забрал. И сейчас с король 3 выиграл. И уже топ-1. Нормально. Вот это попёрло называется.
Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Donchev now putting runway between himself and Chidwick. As nobody here particularly short. Lundlund, the shortest of the stacks, 19 big blinds. Back at the desk here, Alina Jad, Brian Rast with you. Playing for 786,000 and edging closer and closer to that figure. Obviously, lots of money left to gather up, and not a fact lost on the remaining field, Rast. And I assume that you know, that's going to create a bit more of a chiselly affair for some of the shorter stacks as they look to kind of preserve an opportunity to find a spin?
Yeah, you know, but if we look at the chip stacks, there aren't really that many short stacks, right? We have 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, and then, you know, a chunk of stacks that are in the 2 to 3.5 million range, but there's also a big chunk, like half the stacks in the tournament are about 4 million to 6 million. So this is a very interesting setup where we're not really coming in with a clear chip leader or even 2 or 3 chip leaders. There's just a number of stacks kind of all up near the top that any one of them, if they get a full double or something, just pull away and start becoming a chip leader. So this is kind of anyone's game at this point.
Not quite a full break, but a break nevertheless is upon us. We're going to step aside ever so briefly. Keep it here as we draw ever closer to crowning our champion here. It's going to happen today in event number 1, the first of 17 from Jeju. Stay close.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump!
Не выбил. Ладно, сейчас приду.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the TRITON series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series from Landing Casino in Jeju Island, South Korea, where the redraw with 15 left in event number 1 is underway. I believe, dare I say, even close to complete. In fact, it is, and let's dive right into the app with the
Йоко готов, я тут. Так, у Лехи что, как дела? У Лехи 127 ББ. Хорош, красава. Придет. Так, что он?
the limited time that we have, where we can find our chip leader, Ike Haxton,
Chip leader Исаак.
table there. And Chidwick to his direct left. That's actually not great for
Димитр.
Haxton, I would imagine, as you get a look
Josh.
at the draw right here, Rast.
Yeah, he's got two guys with a lot of chips to his left. But again, I mean, this is a tournament right now where there's just a bunch of people with 4 million and over. So it's kind of going to be true at both tables. Like, you look at the other table as well. Danchev has McCulley to his left. And,
Но я бы в этом раскладе на Хольца бы ставил. Я думаю, Хольц тут до финалки должен дойти.
Yeah, here we are playing down to the final table. They go to the final table at 9. Is that correct?
That is indeed correct. So as to prevent forcing anybody to play four-handed versus five-handed.
So we're 15 right now, so we need to bust 6 players to get to the final table. Final table number 9 is 81,000. And right now, you go out, you get 53.5. So a little less than 2 buy-ins in the final table in terms of payout.
Ale, Jack 7 offsuit.
Ike checks back the big blind. Go to the flop. It's
Ace 8-3.
So neither player, given the pre-flop action, neither player is very heavy weighted in ace-x. Ike probably has a few more of the ace-x suited combos. Axel's jamming a bunch more of them. That said, Ike also has a lot more garbage in his range.
Sometimes you'll see the float just to kind of see what's what on the turn in the face of these min-bet leads after a limp from the small, do you not?
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 overs to the 8, which is middle pair. So that's a plus.
300.
He doesn't have a spade. So Ike decides to take his hand, which maybe he feels is just weak enough that he doesn't love calling as a float, but has some potential, and turns it into a bluff. And
yeah, he's got the chips with which to do it. And obviously, these are the perils of getting after chip leaders and huge stacks. As a finger wagged in the face of the Frenchman there.
Он большой блайнд защищает.
One of the best to ever do it.
Стриты, по идее, у него могут
It's
быть.
just so sound, Ras. You know, as I think back on the multitude
2-4.
that I've been
Будем по маленькой ставить.
commentate on tables where Haxton's
Пёрка,
operating,
опасная карта.
I've never really ever gotten the sense of him being flustered by a spot. And, you know, I'm not saying that there aren't spots that perhaps have been really tough or that maybe he was feeling a touch flustered by, but I've never witnessed anything that would lead me to think that about him. You know what I mean? And I think it's a product of the fact that he really has mastery of his craft.
Yeah, no, I second you. He's an amazing player.
Фил будет открывать, думаю. 7-то. Троих.
with his recent
Ну, много там, да, я поставил? А, нет. Фишки каким номиналом?
So makes a lot of good decisions at the poker table, Ike does.
Ну, Чиринг такой трибетить должен. Хотя на большом ББ может просто кол сыграть. Вполне возможно. Просто колом сыграет, да. Просто скроет свою силу руки.
That it does, as the run good continuing for Nagy. Dominated pre-flop, checking back middle pair.
Chidwick here doesn't really have any draw equity to go with his hand. Maybe a
Ну, этот не в игре, поэтому я так сделал.
Doesn't seem like the best bluff candidate in that it's not a semi-bluff candidate. So
Так, что-то у меня куда-то поле уехало.
makes sense, and I think versus sizable bet here, he probably just gives it up. That's small enough that he could entertain continuing. Maybe king, queen. The nut king high is the best hand, along with a chance of improving. But yeah, folding seems prudent, so I like that decision.
Pretty straightforward stuff there.
Ну, если плотную поставил, я, возможно, выбил девятки. Как у меня король присутствует с ранней.
Yeah, he's been off stream like the entire day, but just gliding along, and here he is.
In the shadows.
Чел красный, как помидор, сидит за столом в кепке. Кто? Транджело.
Sitting in 11th of 15 runners with 22 bigs. Gottlieb. Ace queen.
Ace queen.
Expected behavior.
Так, Исаак может ворваться. А, нет. Его стеком можно вырываться, такие раздачи. Ведь 6 под колледж.
Nikolaitis staring him down. Comes with call.
Ace deuce, offsuit defense. Jack 10-7, producing 2 overs and the Broadway gutter for Gottlieb, who has it checked over to him. Really future-free looking board for this ace deuce.
It's definitely a board that favors him quite a bit.
Выбросить, да.
Basically raising mostly big cards, and that board interacts with them, so he's got a big equity advantage there, and bets and wins.
I've got just this, guys. You want this?
Это сделает. Посчитать.
It's a dissolvable. You just keep it in your mouth.
I ran out. Each one's
4 milligrams.
Oh,
You don't want to bite it. Just let it dissolve slowly.
Gottlieb playing pharmacist over there? I'm not sure what was going on as we flip it over to the other feature. Wayron Poo, ace 8. Opens to 300,000. Donchev, pocket sevens on a major spin. Look at him sitting with 6.3. Second overall. Plays it as a flat. You surprised not to see him just try to isolate here and do big stack things, even though obviously the sevens can be played as the flat?
No, not surprised. At this part of the tournament, you start to find 3-bet ranges doing some different things, and sevens isn't really a hand that I think it makes a lot of sense here. You're not really trying to 3-bet get it in. I think you're just your 3-bet range there is going to be a bit more polar, so your strong hands are going to be better than sevens, which is kind of what it just boils down to. And your bluffs, quote unquote, are going to
Покер думает над Алыном, я думаю. Ну, слабый для Алына. С учетом того, что двое в раздаче уже. Слабенько. Семерки точно заколют. Ну, семерками туз 8 нормально. Пытается выбросить, а вот Дамир заколет, я думаю.
Good news for Dimitar, which isn't showing up in the percentages, is that ace-8 was literally mucked, so he's doing considerably better than 56%.
Yeah, this is a nice spot for Donchev. There's Wayron bowed out. Didn't improve on the
Да, сейчас в пользу семерок пока что все.
And he's got just enough to go in front. How about the queen on the turn?
А нет.
That would have put
Ну, аутов много потеряем.
ace queen in front.
Стояли туз 8.
The ace-8 hangs on. A little subtle nod of approval from Peter Ertz, who manages to stay
Восьмерочку поймал.
and haul in this almost 1.9 and fight on. And a rare kind of hiccup there for Donchev. It's been an unadulterated, for the most part, spin.
Yeah, heaven forbid he should have to encounter some difficulty along the way, you know? But
no difficulties here
No.
for Chidwick, by the way.
You know или не you know?
Three betting the Halle Open.
For the VIP game?
Yeah, they were starting a second tape. Paul wasn't in and wanted to start a second game, and so mostly as a favor to Paul. I played for 4 hours last night.
So they had 2 VIP tables games?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Probably weighing his options.
How'd it go?
Yes, it's a very small 3-bet, but that 300,000 is a pretty significant amount of his stack, about 20% of his remaining chips.
My game was 6-handed. The main game last night was
Опа, тузы подъехали.
Carl,
So, but he has a pretty playable hand, 2 big suited cards. If his opponent has bluffs, he has a lot of equity, but he doesn't have a lot of equity versus
Не оплатили ему туз. Расстроили. Зато.
Oh, Tan's here?
Yeah.
And given how short they are, he has sort of like bad implied odds because a lot of the time when he makes something decent, he ends up putting a lot of money and being behind. To make something better than decent, like a king or a 10, you have to make 2 pair better to actually beat the decent.
Извиняюсь, если я хлебаю сильно. Горло болит. Чая горячего требует.
Pre-flop. Shout out, by the way, to our photographer, Joe. There to the left of this shot, always lurking in the shadows.
Ну, Аврора хоть сегодня нормально идет пока что. Прям радует.
They are the ones that you see in these thumbnails as the action
Ой, Волын.
moves along.
Вот, интересно. Так.
One of the best in the
Я пока переключу на стол Авроры. Очень интересно. Но я думаю, у Лёхи какая-то пара сильная. А, ну подождите, он на ББ, да? В теории стриты могут быть у него. Но пошел бы он на лын с готовым стритом с флопа? Не думаю. Я думаю, у него просто пара сильная. Прям интересно, что у него там. Если заколет, узнаем. Но я думаю, выбросит.
Luckily for him, he finds call, and maybe he can even miss a king as well.
So the flat defense, and unfortunately a case queen on a dry-looking queen 9 deuce board. Problems on the horizon for Nagy. Of course, the covering stack means that the showers are not in his future regardless.
Yeah, the case queen is just super unlucky. I mean, king queen is so strong here.
Well, top set is a Unbelievably
Долго
strong.
думает.
Petrangelo is still betting it nevertheless here.
Ну да,
125,000,
такое
delighted to see the check raise from Nagy, of course. And now maybe the
серьезное
slow
решение
betting
сейчас.
becomes an option.
I think that's. I mean, it's definitely the play the Silicon Overlord does here. You're just calling in position. I mean, you're hoping your opponent has. If your opponent has something really good, like a strong top pair, two pair set, doesn't really matter what runs out. You're gonna pretty much get it there.
Я надеюсь, Аврора в телегу потом скинет раздачу. Пас, да? Большой банк он, получается, выиграл. Так, ну тут я all-in с вольтами полечу.
My opponent had nothing. Can he pay me off, or if I check back, will he bluff the river? My opponent had a draw, like a straight draw.
Да, удвоился он практически.
Or is it better to check back and hope he misses and then bluffs?
Да ладно, хорош, король 3.
It's hard for him to put his opponent on a queen, so he's going to discount that a lot. Although we can see that's actually what Nagy has.
Да, не везет мне сегодня с all-in.
Now Petrangelo betting 350, although one wonders how much ace-x is a part of the equation in terms of Nagy's perceptions, given that Petrangelo did barrel
Так,
the whole
ладно.
of the check raise, Brian.
Yeah, no, he's
Прощаем трансляцию.
Nagy is definitely concerned that Nick has an ace, given that the check raise wasn't huge. So there's some ace-x's, especially like ace-x with backdoor hearts or clubs, and ace-jack, ace-10, ace-king with clubs or hearts. Hands like that are certainly not folding to a small check raise.
Nevertheless, Nagy makes the call. Now backdoor diamonds. The developments.
I mean, Nick is definitely going to bet for value here. The 10 doesn't really realistically fill in many straight draws. And Nagy could have a flush, but he could also easily have two pair or a set that's going to pay off, and maybe even one pair that pays off, although that's starting to get dicey. Definitely not a sure thing that one pair pays you off here. So Nick's trying to figure out what he should bet.
Ник флеша боится, я так понимаю.
Obviously, you don't want to jam and be wrong here.
Стриты потенциально.
You don't want to leave meat on the bone either.
Фил Неджи
He's trying to decide, like,
чекнул, я думаю, надо ставить.
strong as like queens up or a set of deuces or nines.
Да можно и all-in вообще запихать здесь.
Well, obviously, when we have the set of queens, we heavily discount.
B1400. Ну, практически all-in. Call.
And the 1.4 snap called by
Snap
Nagy
call,
here.
офигеть.
A big payday.
Wow.
For Petrangelo, who gets almost the full double.
Блин, Фил Неджи всю игру, все время так классно играл, сейчас что-то даже не думая, снэп-колл нажал. Тут я бы подумал. Расстроен он сильно прям.
Maybe he's got an ace-x for some funky reason.
Ace-x, or or aces up. Aces up are better, like the set of deuces or nines that check raise and then just side check. Like those hands are going to call, right? So he's like, you know, maybe I'm just going to bet big and try to get value.
Что происходит сегодня? Я с вольтами второй раз проигрываю.
He snapped. That was, I feel like Phil Nagy should have taken some time to think about that one.
Well, you don't need any time to think about where I'm going to direct you now. And that is to the TRITON website and the shop, where for, you know, a little bit of money you can pick up some of this awesome new swag, but we're also giving you an opportunity to win some TRITON merch. In our exclusive giveaways, simply scan the QR code on your screen to learn more.
Панамка прикольная с тритоном.
Some of the guys in the chat have pointed out, if you're watching on the TRITON Poker Plus app, or even on YouTube on your phone, then I guess it's a little bit tough to to scan the QR code. But you know, where there's a will, there's a way. Maybe I think we're gonna post something into the.
Да, 2 раза мне раздали вольтов. 3 проиграл на вольтах. 2 проиграл. Ну, 1 на 1, верно? Выход запад, что я несу. Короче, раз на раз проиграл.
It's like, yeah, my hand was good on the flop. We had top pair, good kicker. But now an overcard's come, a flush has come, straights have come. King, queen kind of shrivels up. And I think at that point, it seems pretty clear that you're only beating bluffs. And obviously, Nick can find bluffs. He's a world-class player. But at that point, I think it's worth some thought of, okay, is my opponent bluffing? How often? Because I'm not beating value anymore. You know? It's not like once you can beat value, usually it is kind of an auto call in those spots. But once you're not, you have a bluff catcher. So I just, you know, I think that's a spot maybe Phil should have taken his time, thought about it a little bit. Maybe he still calls, but a snap call I think was a little hasty.
Фил Нэнджи до сих пор в сроке сидит с той раздачи. Думает, что я наделал. Хотя бы, ладно, если бы ты там заколил, окей. Но, блин, не думая, просто вообще снэп нажать. Странно. Расслабился.
Jedi Master with the handlebar mustache. It's like
listen, if I ever found myself
Mario
tied,
of the Jedi Order.
If I ever found myself tied to a railroad track.
Нет, это сегодня день приколов, короче.
Chidwick's my guy with the handlebar there. You know what I mean? Old-timey.
Я уже даже не знаю, стоит ли мне регать еще турики какие-то. С учетом того, что меня переезжают в каждой раздаче. То с тройками, то с пятерками.
Actually, with his build, he's more Luigi. Tall and thinner.
Yeah, you're right. Mario was a little bit portly.
Yeah, and shorter.
More of a rotund brother.
So, Phil is, I guess, thinking about whether he cold fours here. I mean, there's no other move other than all in. It would be an interesting play. Like, would Michaelitis fold the ace-5 because he's kind of a bluff?
Well, once we observe Nagy kind of shaking his head there, obviously we start to cap ranges, I think.
Maybe, though, but when somebody does the him-haw and then chips in...
You think it's a Hollywood?
I mean, it is somewhat frequently, you know.
It is weird. We never expect the jam to come after that, but yeah, I hear what you're saying as we see.
Ooh, Chidwick just lets the nines go.
The Ninas.
Так.
So nice little
Алексей, что тут?
From Michaelitis with the solver bait, ace-5 suited.
По-прежнему все. После удвоения тем более. Отлично.
And now Michaelitis is the big stack. It looks like Ike lost a pot on the other table, and Michaelitis standing alone at nearly 6 million.
When we're talking about 15 runners left, granted not quite a turbo, but 35-minute levels, are you surprised at all that the overall chip leader would have just 40 big blinds in front of him, that being Michaelitis now after that pickup from Chidwick?
No, I think this happens.
Ну, тут 9 Чидин точно защищать, я думаю, будет. Вопрос.
Ace 10 as Michaelitis goes to work once more. Chidwick big blind ace 9.
Ace 9.
Folded the nines to the 3-bet moments ago.
Ну, у Доминикса флаг Болгарии, да, по-моему? проверю свои знания.
This time the two will take a flop, and that flop.
Так, Болгария. Нет.
Very similar holdings for both of them. But Michaelitis is in position.
Нет, это не Болгария, получается.
As it turns out here, after the check back, and of course Chidwick with the
Лак, тогда получается желтый, и красный.
He's got the open-ended straight draw, but has it with ace high. Is he gonna elect to
Боливия.
King 9 or 9x seem
Да, с флагами проблемы, значит, у меня.
He still decides to go ahead and bet a small bet. This is less than a third pot.
Десятку попал,
Very
Доминикс.
interesting because you're not really getting any better hands to fold. So curious to see what his plan is on kind of bricks.
Does that do anything for you or not really? Meh.
A little bit. I just thought I'd be able to buy
time bank
like Zen.
utilized here.
Yeah, curious spot for a time bank because not really.
Да, есть над чем подумать. Стриты есть, и попадание в восьмерку, условно, в сет. Флэш дроу.
Definitely doesn't seem like an option, and I don't know why you would raise. Wow, he folds.
Да, Влад, не получается. Ты бы видел раздачи, я не знаю, смотрел ты, нет. 2 раза с вольтами проиграл, везде старше был. Вот. Меня переехали. Потом еще раз с вольтами запушил, проиграл тройкам против вольтов. Потом еще раз запушил. И тоже доехал на ривере, какая-то фигня, стрит там куда доехал. Пока так.
Tong playing it as a flat here. Obviously, this does invite the squeeze behind.
兩公仔，好嗎？
So on their backs they go. Fives against Queen Jack. 1.2 in the middle. 15 left. And Xiang hoping that we don't get down to 14 as he looks to hold here. Unfortunately unable to do so. As a pursing of the lips, the response to the Queen of Diamonds presence.
太鬆啊！
Oh! And an unpursing courtesy of the 5 of clubs.
Вот примерно так же меня переезжали.
好痛啊！
Сидит он, улыбится с пятерками теперь, конечно.
应该是不去了吧？要去吗？不去了。对呀，我觉得不去了，是吗？
Oh, you have Wi-Fi? One outer.
还有嘛？
Ай, блин. Отвлекся в телефон. Король дамы я бы запушил.
Shan can get behind it as we stay 15 strong here, but look at this collision. Axel Halle, who has really been
Ладно, чиллингу не страшно, у него стек еще останется.
Chidwick, dare I say, finds himself on the better end of things with aces against queens. Of course, Chidwick, the benefit of being the covering stack, but unfortunately not finding a queen. And it stays that way on the full run out. As the Frenchman Halle will take a healthy bite out of the man who brought the chip lead into today's festivities.
And short stacks have only been doubling up because we're still with 15, which we've been at for a while now. So no one has busted, despite a number of all-ins.
So whenever it's final 9, then
Can I order food now? Can I order food? Can someone come and help me order food now? Perhaps? Can Can I order food to the table? Yeah. She said we do dinner break at 9?
9 left.
9 people, yeah.
Because they use it to prepare the intro.
Makes sense.
Интересно, товарищ Кепка в серой, он так загорел или он постоянно такой?
It's okay, I know what I want.
Да что ж такое-то?
All right. Mycolitis with pretty good holding here.
Меня не очень идет, Влад. 2 раза ехал старше с вольтами, проиграл тройкам, проиграл пятеркам. Хорош, чё. Я везде повылетал. Так, сейчас мне что-то звонят тут.
Big blind squeeze candidate with king queen, or is this just to close the action and see what's what?
I'm sure he's considering it, but
get our answer pretty quickly.
Yeah, he decides he just wants to play post flop. Again, maybe go for a bit more polar here. Hands a little bit stronger on the top end.
9-6 deuce, 2 hearts.
And the worst hand flops the best hand.
Mycolitis, though, does have that nut flush draw. Ale, top pair. He started this party, and obviously it's a board that he's fond of.
He's betting this. You just don't want free cards to come off in a situation where you're just giving your opponents over cards. You know, the space to hit over cards and just suck out on you. Your hand is, you know, good enough to go with. I mean, you opened. Your opponents probably don't have over pairs. They didn't 3-bet you, so just is what it is. We got a good hand, and let's put money in the pot. Now Mycolitis has a decision. Yeah, he's got a lot of chips, and he's just gonna put the pressure on. And I guess he's just willing to play for the 2 million here on the flop. The nut flush draw, I can't blame him. But I don't see Halle going anywhere. I expect he probably goes all in as opposed to calling in position.
We await that choice as the time bank utilized here.
I mean, I will take off my headset and run around the casino if he folds, though. That one.
Oh my God! Please fold. Just so I can see you do it. I hear what you're saying, though. I
mean, you can't just bet this and fold. I don't know. I mean, listen. Sometimes I'm here and I'm teaching, and I'm still thinking about that last hand where he folded the ace-10. Right? We got the ace-10 fold for third pot.
That was very surprising out of Mycolitis, but this less so. As
that one, I'm willing to say maybe, I don't know, maybe that's right, but no way I agree ace-9 is a fold here. But he didn't fold. So
no, he jammed.
Yeah, he jammed, which is what I said I thought he'd do. That makes the most sense.
Did Mycolitis already make this call? No, he's mauling it, right?
No, they're in.
No, okay,
they're
in.
going.
All right.
You don't check raise the ace-10 of hearts to fold there.
Doesn't find the heart on the turn, but in it comes on the river, and that spells the end for Axel Halle, who fought hard here, late stages, day 2.
And we finally got a shorter stack busting, and now we have someone who has a bit of a chip lead.
So a bit of a seal-breaking development there.
Ooh.
53,500 the haul for Axel.
And on the other table on the app, we can see Holes is all in with eights, kings to tens.
Забыл микрофон включить.
Hold. So Holes is going to be second, it looks like. And with over 6 million.
So with 6 players here, I would imagine we're going to ship a player over from that other feature to balance things out 7 and 7. There's the chip count distribution.
Я говорю, вечером планирую еще на оффлайн поехать сегодня поиграть.
Axel Hale's stack.
Если нормально все будет.
3 million plus. Alone atop the mountain with Fedor in second, Haxton in third. With the blinds at 75 and 150. That peak brought to you by GG Poker.
Что тут? Может быть подколь. Ну, хотя 17 пип не стоит. Окей, гайс, окей. Я же нажал пас, что происходит? Опять все залагало.
Do you hear that like Vader-esque respiration?
Yeah.
In the background.
Peter
I looked
Angelo.
over at you. I was like, no, Rast isn't breathing heavy.
No, I'm not a vapor.
I'm not.
Oh.
С дамами
Is there an
уселся.
oxygen tank being used out there that we don't know? Queens for Petrangelo.
Goes with the 3x. And it's going to win.
And the size ups from the small as an opener, somewhat standard there.
Yes. Because in that specific situation, you're now out of position to the big blind. So you size up because it can get you folds times where you just win the 2.5 blinds in the pot.
Так, туз дама буду пушить.
With no continuation. Now, obviously, the strongest parts of your range, like
Паузу немножко подержим.
don't want folds, but you know, when your opponent continues, you have the benefit that there's even more money in the pot.
Что, он глаза вытрящил так? Я Исаак рофлит. А что он глаза так вытрящил? Ну, стандарт.
As the button slides over to Nikki P.
Не буду больше сегодня грузить, не идет вообще. Ни один Аллен не выиграл. Даже когда старше был.
See, the stare downs that shake me up. Yeah. It's the Ivy Foxen stare downs that kind of leave me a little more rattled.
Nikki P just card racking it right now with premiums.
325.
Taking us upstairs once more.
Так, туз король не
Have no customers yet again.
колет.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
The dirty diaper for Nagy.
Бля, ну Фил Неджев всю игру так хорошо играл, и этот Алын вообще непонятно, зачем он ему нужен был. Теперь будет сидеть супер аккуратно играть. Так, что там у Алексея?
As you look upon the remaining 14 players, Rast, and obviously not a slight to any of the other 13 whose name you don't mention in response to
150 блайндов, все хорошо.
chip stacks notwithstanding.
Вот один остался, все, больше не буду сегодня грузить.
Somebody was going to hoist a trophy. Is there someone that you look at and go, this is where I want to place?
Потому что какая-то дичь происходит. Все Аллыны старшие я проиграл. Штуки 4, наверное, 5. Думаю, сегодня больше не буду пока грузить.
Would you care to tell us who that person is? I mean, you don't have to, obviously. I know you would have mentioned the name. Maybe you want to keep mum on that.
I mean, I think there's a number of great players.
Agreed.
A bunch of good players left, but
like I said, it's not a slight to the other 13 by any stretch of the imagination.
I think I would pick Stevie.
Safe bet, for sure.
What about you?
I mean, you've had the opportunity to play alongside these guys, which I think enhances, not to mention the fact that obviously your knowledge.
Блин, ну Чидвингу раздают вообще очень часто хорошие карты. Прям прет ему. Я удивлен, что у него стек такой небольшой относительно. Не оплачивают ему.
TRITON, I like the pick of Stevie. Emotionally speaking, right now I kind of want to hitch my wagon to Haxton because he is so overdue.
Опа.
For a TRITON
Ну это Алын.
Fedor, obviously, you know, a guy who's logged among the most incredible single calendar years in all of poker.
Sure. And I mean, if we were looking at
Но у Чидвинга побольше шансов выиграть.
Understood. Right.
Флэш может закрыться. О, тут пятерочки еще.
He's got better than an
Опасно.
here is the opener to 350k, but he's being piled on by Nagy, who's got ace queen in the small. And
Заколет, я думаю.
they're going to be on their backs here. Another one of these same hand
А, он уже заколил. Почему-то график отстает постоянно по поводу этих алынов. Ну нет, дележка. А, нет, подождите, еще две пикушки, если выпадут. Нет, все, теперь точно дележка. И опять вот Чидвинг. Туз дама. Опять ничего не... Ну, типа не заработал. Карта приходит, но не зарабатывает. Отыграл где-то 4 или 3... 4 стола. А, нет, 3. 3 стола отыграл. Я бы еще, может, грузанул. Ну, во-первых, сегодня не прет. Во-вторых, у меня сил не так много останется, чтобы вечером поехать поиграть. Вечером офлайн скатать. Я вообще вчера думал, что я заболел. Мне так вчера горло болело, я чихать начал, сопли. Капец. Вон Локов. Везунчик какой-то. Пятерка доехал. Ой, потягушки.
Makes sense.
Сидит, улыбится, пятерку поймал. А, майка прикольная у него, да? И у него фишек там. Это вот эти белые, сколько у них номинал? Я уже не помню, надо было вчера запоминать.
As much of a surprise to his delegation, the Lithuanians, one of those banners that Shulman alluded to yesterday, tend to be attached to some pretty formidable competition. This is first ever TRITON event.
Сколько там? По 5, по 5. 10. 10, что ли, фишек?
Gottlieb here, deep. 2 queens. He opened and Nagy is jammed over the top.
Ой, ну Наги, ну что ты творишь? Так хорошо играл. Мне прям жаль его. Поплыл, мне кажется, с той раздачи. Он поплыл. 100%. Но это плохо, ладно. Я думаю. Может и нормально. Не, если бы за спиной игрока не было, окей, еще. Дама. И сейчас лоб червей. Такой филмэджи. Опачки. Ну, дам 60%, да, на победу.
In the situations where Gottlieb puts in another 3.5 million.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, Gottlieb's doing that with like ace king and like maybe.
Ой. Все, без шансов для Неджи. Летает 100%. Только два туза спасают черенга, получается. Так. Все, домой. Обои. 9,5 миллионов.
With that, we have a double elimination and a massive pot being shoved in the direction of Seth Gottlieb, who is going to dethrone Michaelitis as the overall chip leader, I believe, when the dust settles. Meanwhile, both of the 60K payouts ticked off.
He'll have like 9 million.
Ну, Фил сам виноват. Раздача с королем, где он быстро снэп-колл нажал. Там надо было подумать. Хотя бы.
We'll find out in a few moments as we flip back over to Peter Eretz. Fives have performed well, just ask Loon Loon.
We could be at the final table.
6,5 блайндов. Пятерками пушит. Ну, это кол. А, нет. Пас.
Ertz gets that shove through. It was huge. He only had 6 big blinds. So, big chip up for him.
You know, Ertz has doubled on at least one other occasion that I can remember, possibly 2 on stream so far here today, proving resilient as he looks to punch a ticket to the final 9 and the FT.
Крохи свои собирает. Сколько у него там? 8 блайндов стал. 9.
There was a hand right after the hand Kuhn made a play. Kuhn looked, it was sitting next to Chidwick, kind of looked over and was like, just like the legit, would you have opened or would you have raised this or whatever, and whatever conversation issues. All I'm saying is that when one of the 2 card goats.
Так, пока тут паузу смотрю за Авророй что-нибудь. Аврора 113 блайндов. Наверное, какую-то раздачу проиграл он. Небольшую. По-прежнему у него все круто. Димитр нащелкал. Но им там везло, конечно, сильно.
Yeah, we have a new host of players at the top. Gottlieb plays Donchev 3, so it's been a shakeup.
You know, in particular, I love Gottlieb with a big stack because we know it's not one that he's going to sit back and admire, Rast. He's one of those that's going to put it to work.
Ну, в том месте, Питер, я вспомнил этот стендап, рассказывал какой-то американец про Питер. Как русские у него ремонт делали, все время угорали над его именем. Питер! Ха-ха! Так, типа, мистер Питер! Говорит, думает, что они ржут. А потом мне сказал товарищ, что, говорит, на русском языке означает пидор. Осуждаю сразу. Питер.
Is decorated, and indeed he has yet to win a title. 10 cash is 3.3 million in earnings, and in that same conversation as Ike Haxton with respect to yet to to nab a trophy in spite of
Ну,
the
3-бетить, я думаю, будет.
festivals that he's
Пусть король.
played and
Что-то такой слабенький 3-бет.
multitude of events. Here we find the ace-5 suited in a
150
way
тысяч.
as it opens under the gun and gets 3-bet by Donchev. Obvious reasons.
Честно, я кушать хочу уже сильно. Захавал шаурму какую-нибудь, что ли. У меня магазин рядом был такой хороший, шаурмой вкусный. И закрыли. Недавно в другом брал, в другой шаурмичной, уже не то. Не такая шаурма. Ну, снэп-колл. Даже подумал тут.
Premature. Although this one's interesting, we've got the
Добрый вечер.
and the gutter. The development
Четверочки дополнят ауты.
Could be worse for Wayron, and especially with the board pairing and creating opportunities, things are looking up. Hence the smile, but still.
Ну, двойка ничего не поменяла.
Can he find mercy? No. 9.
Король устоял все-таки.
Exchanged as they are dropping like flies here in the 15K.
We are down to the final 10. 5 on each table. The final table bubble.
There, just
Ace 10.
All courage. Just go for it.
I think Gottlieb might have just now finished stacking that pot, by the way.
10 лямов. Но у него самый большой стек, наверное. Американцы. Стак тоже хорошо шел. Уже подотстал. Не раздают ему. Не с чем играть особо. Вот этому чуваку в кепке тоже с картами не везет, Нику. Уже давно сидит, просто вообще ничего не покупает. Ну, за семерку зацепился, плюс 3 дро. Хороший флоп для него, для Ника. Ну, у Доминика тоже десятка. Но он блочит своей десяткой. Стриты. Маловероятно, что десятка придет. Двухсторонка у него. Пятерка, валет, но он вальта блочит, получается. Девятка ничего не меняет. Надо ставить, Ник. Давай. Хотя бы 300 тысяч поставь. Зачем? О, фулл хаус. Так, вот интересно, как он сейчас сыграет. Ну, Доминик точно будет Доминикс чекать, я думаю. Не будет он тут, я думаю, придумать что-то. Вот вопрос, сколько Ник поставит, чтобы добрать его. Я думаю, 300 поставит.
10x Jack X unpaired is a very real kind of prospect across the way.
So
25.
Here comes exactly half pot from Pietrangelo.
Полбанка поставил. Но здесь он просто выбросит.
I think so, yeah.
Если бы 300 поставил, может быть, и оплатил с какой-то вероятностью. Но если он 500 оплатит, я прям сильно удивлюсь. Да не, выбросить один. Угу. Таймбанк использует.
So it's that 10x, the jack x we block, but in particular, I think that which is on Michaelides' mind, maybe a little bit of 6x.
Но он думает, что он ни в что не попал, и типа по кикеру дамы заберет. Нет, все-таки выбрасывает. Справился, молодец. Ну что справился? В принципе, не такое уж сложное решение. Ни в что не попал. А дамы как кикеры. Такой себе. Был бы туз. Тогда да, можно было подумать.
All the discipline on display there from the Lithuanian. Who is among the bigger stacks remaining with.
Так, сейчас чекнем, что у Авроры там.
Still in the hunt here.
117 ББ, все хорошо.
100,000-200,000 back at the desk here.
Пойти что-нибудь покушать себе сделать.
With you as things are getting to the business end here. Ras 786,000 going to be the up top payout when all is said and done, and we've got a number of six-figure payouts available, 7 of them in total, in a record-breaking 15K here in Jeju. Who's impressed you thus far the most as you think back on everything we've observed thus far?
You know, I'm trying to think. I mean, Dimitar Danchev has played a number of nice hands. Gottlieb has just played very solid. Really like his decision making, and Michaelides. I mean, these 3 guys who are up top have all just played solid poker. There's nothing I remember to criticize about their play at all.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how many hands I can remember. Can you really remember any where it seemed like somebody made like an exceptional play here in the broadcast, like something that I actually remember 2 from yesterday, but I can't really remember 1 from today.
Well, listen, obviously it's not a critique on the remaining field by any stretch, and sometimes the deck doesn't afford us kind of the right setup to be able to shine in that manner, but still plenty of poker left to play and plenty of cash left to play for as we step aside and bring you continuing coverage of event number 1, which will play down to a champion here today from Jeju after this.
So many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG traffic reaches all-time high. Jump.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You shove 75% pot on the river. What value to bluff ratio should you use to make your opponent indifferent? 17% bluffs? 30% bluffs? 33%? Or 43%? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the TRITON series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Опять они зубовым зарубаются. Бутербродик заточил, утолил червячка своего.
Just seize the wonder.
Сдался Леха.
5 free hands after this. Can I pass this spot up? Despite the fact it's very plus chip EV, and he decides no, he's gonna take it. Despite a good chance that Ike's gonna, decent chance that Ike ends up calling him here.
You know, anytime I see the leave back of the 20K as we've seen over here, it just sort of indicates to me somebody who's thinking about the game on a slightly higher level than average.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's someone who's
Может
considering all
быть.
the options.
Посмотрим.
No, Ike is considering his options here. You know, he knows he's up against a very strong range, even though he's getting a good price. But yeah, hard to pass up Queen 10 suited here.
Застребатил китаец.
It's a strong range. I mean, he's getting over 2 to 1.
Я думаю, Сак заколет такое.
He's going to see the bad news though, because he's
А чё он Ален не нажал?
over a 2 to 1 dog against the hand that dominates it.
And worse than that, upon this King 4 flop.
Странное действие от китайца. А вроде пейджампов нет никаких. Не до пуш какой-то, непонятно.
Still have that 20K left behind.
Oh yeah, it's not all in there quite yet. Now it is. Backdoor spades and Broadway prospects for Haxton. Immediate outs to a 10 would spoil the party for Haoji.
Ну что за пауза? Так долго.
And the holdup over here is designed for fair play. Rasta's tournament director Luca Vivaldi stepping in to advise that in this hand-for-hand part of the program, there are not one, not two, but 3 all-in and calls currently taking place in the room.
Yeah, they want to make sure nobody gets an advantage by knowing what's happening and what the all-in situations are on the other table by exposing cards and some kind of communication happening.
And it looks like Jesse Lonis is the man who's going to try to burst this bubble against Joe Chuen, who was the
Синхронизацию столов типа делают.
Pocket sixes for Chuen, and a king in the window will down the boxcars as Lonis makes top pair. Puts Joe Chuen in the dreaded spot of being the bubble boy if he can't improve, which he doesn't on the turn. 2 outs 1 time. And he doesn't get there. So Trent eliminated. However, with 2 all-in and calls taking place elsewhere in the room rest, if 1 or 2 other players bust, then whatever that prize money is will be divvied up amongst all 2 or 3 of those players who are eliminated.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what your stack size is. It's just on this, if you're eliminated.
Correct.
If multiple are eliminated, they split the money. Okay.
Sounds like in some situations, stack size is taken into account.
Тоже выставление.
Not here with us.
Yeah, at the same table, I think there are spots where that happens.
What have we here? Jack 10 off against 5-3 off.
Oh, look, yeah, 10-5-3 flop. So looks like this must have happened post flop, and this is 3-5. Maybe defended the big blind.
Looks that way. Jack 10 failing to improve on the turn as the 5s and 3s sit cozy.
Oh, and Jack 10 ended up winning with a running pair.
Nasty counterfeiting ace-ace on the turn in the river, and I don't need to explain to you who was on the wrong end of it, as you saw a visceral response, but
3-5 получается проиграли.
Unfortunately, so far is the lone player to be eliminated as we resume.
Спарк тузов, я так понял.
Versus Queen 10. Obviously, Chuen rooting for Ike Haxton in this spot so that he can divvy up that 23,000 with Shi Haoji.
Ike's got backdoor spades along with the 10, but now just a 10.
Cozy deuce of diamonds as the ace-queen hangs on. And will secure a double. Not an altogether painful wound to Haxton's stack, but obviously we know he would have had a preference to get there. 790. Sliding over.
I'm going to get 23, maybe 25.5. That's a very small jump when you're looking at 23,000 to first place, which is, you know, almost 800,000.
Филнеджер вроде вылетел, или повторы показывают.
Right.
So right now, there's not that much incentive to stay alive. These players are back to, okay, let's accumulate chips.
Или он рибай сделал.
You know, try to make a run at going far in the tournament. We know really, at this current moment, we don't really have incentive to just ladder up a spot or two. So it really shifts right on this moment, like right after the bubble, back to just playing poker more like the beginning of the tournament again.
Ooh, and there could be a shift here in terms of Yu Xiangyu.
Ой, вот это кулерочек.
Heading over toward Dong Chen as queens have run into aces. The open to 100,000 was the min. All 620 understandably jammed in there from the cutoff, and
You nasty cooler here.
Yeah.
For
the bad news here.
10 bigs.
And you heard
that
them
needed
say
no
cooler.
translation.
Yeah. Dong Chen's a guy who's been around the felt long enough to know you don't celebrate preemptively in a spot like this, even with 81% equity.
Да, он расстроен.
Flop,
no.
which is all clubs, and I don't know about you, but I could
Ну,
see
флоп
some
очень
raised eyebrows
интересный.
over there for the aces, as now suddenly plenty of outs for the queens. The black cards are not welcome.
3-1 favorite.
Аутов полно.
25% still comes in.
1.2 million in the middle, and the ace
Нет.
on the end for top set. When it's all said and done, as Dong Chen will submit his stack for accounting. The good news for Xiangyu is he was the covering stack, and obviously finds himself in
Если это Аллен в игру, это будет первый Аллен, который сегодня выиграл. Смена с монеткой.
As you get a look at
But yeah,
Первый Майлен
like
в
I
игре.
said, you could make arguments for all of them. I don't think you're necessitated to just keep on putting money in the pot there, but he could have.
I do think sometimes to the casual observer, though, seeing an open-ender such as that just check folded on the turn can be something that, you know, causes an eyebrow to raise.
Certainly. And yeah, he could have taken some other lines there. You know, calling and especially if he had had one spade or diamond, potentially repping those as bluffs.
Показывают Фил Неджи на графике. На самом деле другой тип сидит с раздачей.
$786,000 is looking for a home, and one of 10 remaining players are going to lay claim to it. Ali Nishad alongside Brian Rast. Final throws of the final table bubble here from the Landing Casino in Jeju Island. The first event of 17 on the docket here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Third event of Season 3, first event of the calendar year. And the first player to breach the 8-figure chip mark is Seth Gottlieb. Been in the cash game streets a few days before we got things underway in the tournament streets and showing aptitude here in the tournament. And obviously one of these guys, Rast, that's going to make for some fireworks, is going to be exciting, not full-on subscribe to the GTO school of thought.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty excited about this group of players. You know, now that we've been doing this stream, been following, almost all these guys have gotten a number of hands on. So even if they're not as familiar, long-time Triton veterans, we've seen them play over the last 2 days. And that said, there are some long-time Triton veterans on here, guys who have been playing a bunch of Triton tournaments, even have some Triton titles, and even some guys that even though they've played a lot in Triton tournaments and don't, two candidates for, you know, between Isaac Haxton and Nick Petrangelo, guys who haven't won a Triton title but have had very successful careers and even a lot of cashes here at Triton.
Они болтают, посмотрим, что улечь там.
Rookies to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Josh McCulley down
15
there in
блайндов.
7th, $4 million in front of him. And of course, Mikolaitis, who held the chip lead for a time, now sitting in 3rd under that Lithuanian banner, which is always threatening, as Nick put it, whenever he's playing online and he sees that particular flag, he knows that he needs to tread lightly. Now then, 2 tables of 5, Rast. We're going to get out to them in a moment, and as we do, we'll give you a look at the chip counts, the distribution across all 10 stacks with the final table bubble on our hands right now. 10th place, 67,800. Then we go to 81,000 for 9th and a ladder every single payout. But action changes considerably, does it not, when we're playing 5-handed versus 8?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is an interesting part of the tournament where there's ICM is ramping up. It's starting to really matter now to stay alive. Because I know, you know, a couple hours ago, I was saying, oh, hey, you know, we broke the bubble. It doesn't really matter. Guys are going to get in there and gamble. Sure. That's because, you know, we went, remember, that was 40, how many people, when we broke the bubble, what was it? It was
we were at 47.
47, right? We've gone from 47 to 10, and we basically moved from like, you know, 25,000 to right now, you know, the next person out, they get 67,800. Sure, that's a significant jump, but not really when you're saying 37 players went out. But right now we're going from 10th place gets 67,800 to first place gets 786,000 with a jump on every time you ladder. So staying alive is starting to matter quite a bit. And instead of having everybody at one table, the action is fast and furious with only 5 at a table. So it's, you want to stay alive, but the blinds are coming, you know, 40% of hands you're in the blinds. So it's a kind of a difficult situation. And when you're a short stack and you're trying to stay alive, a lot of times right now you really just want someone to bust so you can get back to that full table.
And of course, Seth Gottlieb is coming with Ace-King, 3-betting to 1.1. Haxton, the very reasonable open with Ace-Jack. Oh, and he's going to jam in spite of the fact that Peter Eretz is out there with 5 big blinds elsewhere in the field, and this is a disastrous development to be dominated. Still 23% equity for Haxton.
Possible, but not like.
I like your side.
I think I'm okay then. I think I'm okay
So
then.
Ike opens the cutoff,
possible,
right?
not likely,
Versus
I
a polarized.
think as ace-jack.
Oh, accept me.
big blind 3-bet range. Ike decides to
Жесть.
ship it in and faces the bad news is that he was up
Might be
against the
drawing
top of that
slim
range with the ace king.
after a
And
jack in the
he's
window.
going to be in bad shape here. It's not looking good for Ike, who has a lot of chips. 5 million, nothing to sneeze at. And if Seth wins this, he's going to have well over 15 million chips, and he'll be in kind of a runaway chip leader
Well, and now
pole position.
an even more runaway spot for Gottlieb on the King Jack 6 board.
Very good flop for him.
Fades a jack on the turn as all of a sudden the light begins to flicker for Haxton, who went for it, and who could blame him with the 4-bet jam with ace jack.
Тузов попал.
Will it spell his demise? Yes, it will, as the 5 of hearts burst the final table bubble, and Gottlieb, we expect with the massive stack to be opening a broad array of hands. So when,
Well,
you
no,
know,
he 3-bet. He 3-bet from the
Gottlieb
big blind versus the
3-bet and got
cutoff
jammed.
open.
Yes, you're
which
right.
is what I'm saying is kind of a polarized range there. He's going to have some really nutted hands, like ace-king, big pairs, maybe ace-queen, but it's also going to have some junk. King X, ace X, whatever, where he's just kind of making a play at trying to get some folds versus Ike's cutoff opening range.
Well, there's a look at your final 9 prior to being combined. Dimitar Donchev, 40 big blinds. That'll be good for second overall, just in front of Michaelitis. Gottlieb, of course, the overwhelming chip leader, 15.5 million, as we're right back to the desk, courtesy of ace-jack running into ace-king. But I go back to, you know, Haxton, this is, situationally speaking, a pretty understandable choice to jam. Obviously, the variance is a little bit higher, and every now and again, Gottlieb has it, as he did there. And as such, Haxton will bust in 10th, collecting that 67,800, and yet again being denied a Triton title. So then, final table upon our hands. Rasty, final thoughts as we're about to pass the torch over to Will Jaffe and Nick Schulman for the FT?
Yeah, just looking at the list of players right here, we got the final 9. I mean, Seth Gottlieb, after a long time today where nobody differentiated themselves, we finally had somebody pull away from the pack. And now that we're in a situation where instead of there being a plurality of, you know, people with a lot of chips and there's no clear, we have a clear pole position. We have somebody who is, and as you said, likes to put on the pressure, probably going to play aggressive, try to win some pots, try to run away with this, and we'll see how that develops. Are the rest of the table, are they going to be playing for second? You know, unless the right card situations happen to fall their way, but for the most part, kind of let him do his dirty work and try to stay alive, or people going to play back. There's a lot of interesting questions to find out, and actually, this is one of the really fun things sometimes about Final Table. I know people say, oh, ICM, you know, this, oh, it's not that. It actually can be very interesting, right? Because we all play poker, we've all played cash games, and this doesn't matter. You just make the best decision, you try to win the most money. But when you have these interesting laddering situations at final tables, that's one of the fun things to me about watching these kind of streams, is seeing that
Ой, я
pressure,
не
not only
увидел,
of
что
winning
это
the money, but of
зарейзал.
the added weight and difficulty of the decision makings and how the pros deal with it. So, you know, we have that situation, and we're going to see how Seth deals with it, and I think we're in for a lot of fun here with a bunch
Опять в
of
тузов попал, да что
other
такое-то?
there, like Fedor Holes, Nick Petrangelo, you know, Lun Lu.
Ладно, я, наверное, сейчас оффать буду.
I think we're in store for a treat.
Yeah, Nikki P, obviously another one of those names, very talented, still hunting his first ever title. The on-tap pay jump from 81 to 98, 18,000
Семерками,
more
может,
than the
конечно,
15K buy-in in this
уже с
record-setting
психу.
event. And with Peter Ertz sitting with 5 big blinds, the stage is set, the fruit is ripe in terms of a chance for, you know, Seth Gottlieb to just cobble away at that remaining field. We are going to hand things off, as I mentioned prior, to Will Jaffe and Nick Schulman to take you home down to a champion as Rast and I will depart the booth. Going to be about 18 minutes, 17 minutes, I think, from now before we pick up the coverage again. So go fix a snack, grab a sandwich, do what you want to do. But the business end of this one is upon us with 786,000 and the first of our Jeju trophies hanging in the balance. It's been a pleasure. So we will say so long, but we'll see you right back here in just a few with the FT.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
The biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the TRITON series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
How many other hands does he have? It's a good question.
Well, how about all queens present and accounted for here, as Mustafov's open under the gun is plowed on top of by Chidwick from the button, obviously looking over at stack depths to his left, namely Putra, and not being overly concerned, and so on their backs they go, and this one doesn't rate to be eventful.
Yeah. Those guys are too risky.
Classic flip, says Chidwick.
I like it. That's some dry humor right there. Some solid humor.
Free roll for Mustafov for the time being.
Oh, this would be a dirty one.
No, the dirtiest, of course, was the $1 million one drop. Hefe Jerry Katz with aces against against the aces of Connor Drynan, ends up showering him with the flush. I can't remember a, same hand situation that was anywhere near as ugly in terms of EV and just actual. Still hunting her first title, and obviously is going to look to accumulate some chips in that bid. Is she wearing Uggs? It feels like those are Uggs. And, I bring this up because I think that's very apropos, right? Uggs are from Australia, not New Zealand. But, the sheep thing is a New Zealand thing. The wool, they're big on that down there.
This is all going over my head right now. But yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I'm not trading, livestock commodities or anything, but I think the sheep in New Zealand is a thing. Ace-9 off. Gottlieb, understandable attack from the button. Loon has medicine.
Loon будет оленить.
Form of ace-king suited here.
I ran into her yesterday on her way in to register for the tournament. It was just walking in front, talking with Jason Kuhn. She walked by, seemed very happy, ready to play some poker. So it's fun to see someone right before the event, and here she is competing, trying to get down there and win a Triton title and almost $1 million. So
she certainly sets a shining example as we see Loon jamming.
Very close. Very close.
Socia does, by the way, of kind of how to carry oneself at a poker table, win, lose, or draw. Just always pleasant, always happy to engage in conversation, but just really a lovely demeanor.
I feel like he's going to fold. I feel like when someone says this very close, like so audibly, they're just they're trying to. Oh, I'm wrong.
I agree with you, by the way. But I do agree with you. I think there's absolutely merit to that. It's almost like a verbal hedge,
Yeah, or just trying to let the person know, like, I kind of have a good hand.
Right. But an awful hand is, in fact, what he has in the face of this ace-king is Loon.
He was being very honest, though, about his feelings. There's no acting there because calling.
Those feelings are considerably worse on a king-high board. 2 clubs working. Make that 3 is suddenly Loon has some
Много аутов появилось на кресте.
Coming in the form of a club here. Gottlieb nut flush draw could spoil the party.
А нет.
But instead, it is a jack on the river, and Loon will double through Gottlieb.
And we can see his heart can keep on beating. He made a little motion there. That maybe there was flutters.
100 and what?
Ooh, big slick for Phil under the gun.
Yeah,
Gonna
Loon,
shoot it up.
Loon flung his hand over to the other feature here. Under the gun. There's the raise. Another one of the Bulgarians, by the way, who are making waves in the high roller circuits, Ognian Dimov.
Wow, 50K. He has less than one.
У него 1 блайнд остался. Ну, в принципе, король 6 можно и заколить.
We must have missed a pretty big hand that didn't go his way.
Well,
he's on life support.
I can tell you exactly what that hand was. It was an ace-jack against a king-7 suited. Ken Tong jammed 815,000. Dimov defended and was downed.
3-bet.
We're going to have a collision here between 2 pretty big hands. Get a 3-bet from Andre with the queens. I just don't really see Nagy going anywhere.
Ну, тут до выставления сейчас, наверное, дойдет. Значит, наверное, залынется с ним.
Fight against this queen with does feel like it's gonna come sailing in.
So he's weighing his options. I don't really think fold, but whether he wants to call or re-raise.
И кол просто сыграть. Ну, 3-бет небольшой, можно и подколить, на самом деле. Нет, все-таки Аллен. Колет. Андрей.
Yeah, I just can't see a fold, so we're gonna run 5 and see who wins.
That we are, and this is not a small pot. 2.8 million. Classic race. vulnerable are these ladies? I see Nagy not thrilled, but with 46% equity and the covering stack, it could be worse. Diamond in the window, and two more behind it. Nut flush for Phil Nagy. Andreev drawing dead for the time being. And with no board
Вот это, Андрюх, тебе не повезло.
and no queen. Andreev gets showered.
Nice run. This was his first Triton event, noting the jump from 23,000 to 25,800. But I will say, as a player, when I'm in a 15K and we're looking at, 786, 500,000, 375. I've made cash for 23,000. I just don't even consider.
Yeah,
that's like,
I get it.
We're just okay. We're not really jumping up until, and then you say, okay, 27, 33.
It's like a free Dior hoodie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
just sprinkled on top of them in cash.
Exactly.
It'd get you far in the Triton shop, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, definitely not trying to tell the viewers at home that $1,800 is a totally insignificant amount of money.
Big picture, though.
From an objective standpoint.
Так, 9-5. Один блайнд полетел.
In the context of this tournament,
right?
There being 40 people left and 800,000 up top, it is.
So Dimov declined that king six a hand ago. Coming into the blinds, he decides 9-5 suited may be the best shot that he gets, and so he does end up limping for less than a full big blind. That leaves Dong Chen and Phil Nagy involved in an active side pot on this king 7 board.
Yeah, because if he plays the next hand, he puts in the 50K in the big blind, but there's no ante to win. So I think he decided being able to win the full 60K ante plus 50K out of the big blind, and probably the small.
Much better value proposition.
That was what he came up with, and sounds good to me. So here we go. We got ace high versus 9-5, and he's going to need a 9 or
king or a 7. Yeah.
Один аут на девятку. Четверка не спасается, парка семерок.
None available on the turn. So Dimov will exit.
Sit open on 3.
Looks like Soiza just busted as well in 37. So
yeah.
He's just flying out of this. So average stack creeping up, getting closer and closer to the end. Looks like Ferdinand Putra is now in last place, 34th. Another bust, 35th. King Zubov out in 35th.
Did you say King Zubov?
Yeah, so yesterday
Что там у Люхи?
wore this hat that was daintily placed with King on it.
Yeah, we touched on that too.
Calling him King Zubov. Well, actually, I did. That was my name.
That's great.
I won't throw away.
7 блайндов.
I like it. I like that nickname. I'm gonna stick with it.
Well, Boyka likes the suited one gapper under the gun, makes it $1.25 to skate. Ale,
прошел, Люхи.
mindful of the positioning of the opener, flatting with a very strong hand.
Yeah, I guess he decided versus under the gun.
Oh,
didn't like the 3-bet. Little too strong to 3-bet fold. Little too weak to 3-bet get it in.
On the topic of strength, Cowboys for Shi Hao Ji with 545 back in the big here. Does rip.
What a spot. I mean, it looks like Boyka's probably going to fold, especially because someone's behind him, but Ale might have to call this.
Yeah, he's already got 125 invested.
He's going to see the bad news.
Ну, с королями, я думаю, просто запушит.
Hand's a little bit under-repped in the form of the flat, right? Touch stronger, maybe.
А, ну это повтор опять показывает.
Curious as to whether or not this is
Сейчас перерыв, я так понял.
sort of range.
Yeah, and part of it, he's just getting such a good price, At the end of the day, getting a great price. He could be flipping with some hands, jacks, tens, nines, eights, etc. You know, maybe even doing fine against.
Ну а чё ему 10 блайндов-то не пушить?
Potentially. So, you know,
Ой.
worst hand you can see.
Absolutely. King Queen suited getting the jambon here. 10-9-3 though, and a flicker of hope. The gutter.
Нет, не намечается. Я 2 раза all-in пошел. Дамами в тузы попал. Семерками в тузы попал. Короче, то, что я all-inил, все с тузами боролся. Но не выиграл.
For Halle, that's a bit of a blow to the stack, about a third of what he brought to the affair prior to that exchange.
Yeah, he'll be able to pretty exciting. We still got some of the same names up at top here as the beginning of the day. Chidwick shifted from, and Fedor switched spots. Fedor's in first, Chidwick's in second. Ken Tong, a newcomer, in third place with over 3.5 million, and Isaac Haxton still in fourth, 3.4.
Ken, he did join us in Monte Carlo for
У тебя как там дела вообще?
first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, and actually cashed in his first ever event, which was 125K main. He picked up 902,000 for that effort. A 6th place finish, but yeah, still relatively new. Not his stone first Triton Super High Roller Series, but still getting a resume under him as Chidwick looks down at an ace-deuce suited. Gottlieb the opener. Stevie will play it as a flat. Look at Putra. He's going to defend the big blind here with 10-3 suited. The diamonds are smothered. And perhaps Ferdinand taking into consideration the presence of the ante out there, 2 other players, and saying, let me try to get lucky now, as opposed to walk away from this one. And how well timed is that choice as he makes trips on the 10-10-9 board. Gottlieb 2 overs and the gutter obviously will stay interested in the face of the Putra jam for 45,000. Chidwick, not really a big future here, but just 45 to maybe get involved against Gottlieb in a side.
Да, хорошо. Ну, не все, но... Там немножко другая игра. Там лимпит много. Я еще не освоился. Там я только 1 раз там играл.
Looks pretty normal. I mean, I think Chidwick probably needs to get out. I like.
Тяжело в плане блайнда считать в фишках. Я пока пришел, пока понял, какие фишки, сколько номиналом. Пока там в голове блайнды считал, тяжело. Пока сложно привыкнуть. Тут за тебя все программа считает. Лимпит много там. Ну, раз там 2-3 человека колом заходят просто в игру. Ну, тащи тогда. У него вообще сколько банкролл-то осталось? $43 уже, все меньше и меньше.
Apparently he did leave a little bit back, and you see the check jam. You never love it. Boyka can't walk away from 8s and deuces at that price, and so he does flick the last tokens in, and you feel a little bit used when you're on the receiving end of a line like that. A bit of a cooler for Boyka, blind v blind, as he gets showered.
Yeah, to be fair to Boyka, I mean, if how G had bet his hand, the same result would have happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's just He's definitely expecting to just flip over the winner with 2 pair
But
there.
wouldn't you rather get showered with just the 3 consecutive bet line than the weird check call, check jam? Like, it's just unsavory finish on that one. As we see ace-king suited for Putra,
I know you're
who had the trip 10s and puts all 510K into the middle here up against Mustafov's 6s. Chidwick in the mix as well with 3s, and Jack 5-5 leaves Mustafov with the best of it. But the active side, which is complete, of course, given Putra being all in, is between Chidwick and Putra. Backdoor spades, and suddenly more outs for Ferdinand.
Ooh, the 3. The very interesting spot where Chidwick just open jams the button, and both the small blind and the big blind call behind as short stacks, and Chidwick just takes them all out.
There was
Yep.
like a
Button open,
like a dent.
jam, and then a call off.
I don't know like what. I haven't seen that kind of mark, but it was like, yeah, I noticed it as it came to me. It was like a, it's like something like the corner of this had been like pressed into it or something like that. I don't know. I'm sure it was not an intentional thing. Just
So Chidwick claiming 2 pelts in one swoop as we flip back over to the other feature. Newly minted 2.5 million chip man, Shihao Ji with a playable 1 on the button, ace-10 off.
That pot doesn't put Chidwick in first. He does chip up to about 4 million, though.
Trying to keep pace with Fedor, who's got 5.5 for the chip lead. Jesse Lonis, Triton first timer.
Welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series here at Jeju. We've got a really exciting final table for you today. The first final table of the series, the first event, record-breaking event, 269 players, shattering the previous record for the Triton Super High Roller Series, and we had a lot of big names going deep in this. Stephen Chidwick and Ike Haxton, who actually finished in 10th, are no longer part of this tournament. So sorry about that, technical difficulties. I'm Will Jaffe. I'm joined by Nick Schulman. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I'm curious, Nick, what are you looking forward to most about this final table? I mean, we've got Seth Gottlieb, an amateur, leading the pack. Nick Petrangelo, long known, I think, as one of the best players in the world, but had famously the longest dry spell here on Triton, the biggest, most bricks, and Fedor Holz. I mean,
it's a great final table. You know, I kind of had a feeling Gottlieb was going to run it up. He was just clearly going for chips, so it's cool to see him doing his thing. Fedor, an all-time great. Nicky P, yeah, I'd love to see him nab one here, and you know, he's done so well everywhere, and I mean, I'm excited. You know, let's see how it shakes out, but it'll be a good one.
Yeah, we've also got Loon. Recognize him from the Triton series.
Loon is tough. I played with him. He's got a good. He's solid.
Dimitar Danchev.
Ready to see him do his thing.
Peter Eitz is our short stack, very good player in his
Great
own
player.
right. And Dominicus Mikulaitis. I've heard of him. I think another one of these Lithuanian savages.
Let's see what's what.
But yeah, we're going to kick it down to Luca to get us started. And yeah, this should be a great final table. We'll be giving you coverage the whole way.
Event number 1 here in Jeju, the $15,000 buy-in. Not let me told them 8-ended event, and we already broke a record, 269 entries. We are down to a final table on 9, competing for the trophy, the glory, and $786,000. Please allow me to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, 70 million from the US, we have our chip leader. Please welcome Seth Gottlieb.
Исполнил.
I mean, that was some intro there, Nick. Seth
Gottlieb coming out gangster
in
right
the house.
now.
This is, no, I mean, I've never seen an amateur with that much confidence. This guy might be a pro. Plays high stakes cash.
Seat number 2
Oh,
from
the gangster
Hong
state.
Kong with 3.3 million. Please put your hand together for Ken Tong.
I like this guy, Will.
I'm already liking the makeup of this final table. Ken Tong, 1 cash here, 900 and 902,000 though from that cash, so not his first rodeo here at Triton.
Easy number 3 from Australia with 3.7 million. Please welcome Josh McCauley.
Josh.
Do you know this guy, Nick? Josh?
I know a little bit about him. I get the feeling that he knows what he's doing, to say the least. Let's see what he's got.
Josh McIntosh.
Triton earnings, so popping his cherry tonight.
C number 5 from Malaysia with 3.9 million. Please welcome Loon. Loon.
Loon. Loon.
I mean, this guy's just a savage, right?
Loon is tough. He is a savage. He's the real deal.
Loon.
Пишется по-разному, произносится одинаково.
Please welcome Dominikas Mykolaitis.
Lithuania is in the building. Look at this guy. Sabonis jersey. He's ready to go clearly.
Что у него сзади написано?
I mean, there's a lot of swag at this final table, Nick.
There is.
Dominikas Mykolaitis.
Какой-то игрок такой, баскетболист.
Number 7 from
Вот
Germany
он.
with 6 million. Please welcome Fedor Holtz.
Я ставлю на Хольца, думаю, затащит.
Fedor is, right there in that discussion, that all-time discussion. So, biggest Triton ever, by the way. Well, not to be.
C number 8 from the US with 5.6 million. Please welcome Nick Petrangelo.
Мне вот интересно, то ли он обгорел где-то
Yeah, these are, I mean,
в
Nick.
морях. Он все время такой.
We'll see if he can close the deal here, but he is due one of these.
C9 from Belgium with 950,000. Please welcome Peter Ertz.
5 ББ.
These guys look unbelievable. I mean, he shot it up to the Lord. He's ready to go. Clear. Peter's always ready, but.
Да нет, это просто это.
Last but not least, from Bulgaria with 8 million in C10. Please
стол,
welcome
я так
Dimitar
понимаю.
Danchev.
Another great player. Honestly, I think one of the more underrated tournament players out there. He's just been smashing for such a long time, and people don't know who he is.
He's fantastic. Agreed.
Хотя, может быть, и финальный стол. Сейчас посмотрим.
Right, the button has been drawn on Fedor. We will receive an extra 5 time banks. We're coming back on level.
Не, ну Хольц, я думаю, тут этот
100,000,
говорит.
200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck.
Слушай, может быть и финал, когда что-то я пропустил.
Almost 80 bigs for Seth Gottlieb. Double second in chips, so pretty strong spot for him here.
Definitely.
Да, скорее финальный стол.
Interesting dynamic with Peter having 5 bigs. Naturally, everybody has to respect this latter possibility and tread lightly.
So if you're Seth, it's time to punish these guys.
It's really time.
Yeah, look at that. Up top, almost 800,000. The bottom, 81K. Nobody wants that now, right?
Exactly.
Especially not after those intros. I mean,
Так, да, недопущенные или место быть, значит, там пейджампы были.
Just brick out the first play. But yeah, someone will have to. So interesting to see how Seth plays this. I mean, if this was Fedor, right, we would probably see like any 2-card type of status coming.
It's quite any 2, but it is in that realm, and it's certainly in this
Ну,
realm.
сразу тут здесь подъехали.
Well, this is obviously better than any 2. Beautiful ace-10 of diamonds.
Ну, семерки переехали, да. Отлично.
This is brutal, man. 200,000 dead in the big blind.
It's a bit of a comfortable defense.
Хорош тебе выбрасывай, какие 9-7.
It's just a kind of
У тебя 5 ББ.
hope to hit, and if we brick, we're out, and we, see what develops in the small off 3.5 or whatever it is. When we're very short like this,
Ой, 5 даже меньше. Ты чё, кол? Давайте рофлит, чел.
I'm over here thinking ICM, but he doesn't have any, right?
Хольц угорает вообще. Ну все.
This'll have to go, right? I mean,
he might go for the stop and go.
Один блайндом потом будет сидеть.
You just don't see as much anymore.
Not sure. It's a curious spot.
Восьмерка.
It does come to mind, given what you were talking about too, Seth. Very wide range. He does shove. Of course, Seth is calling. Good luck, gentlemen. Especially Peter.
Yeah, Seth in a great spot to knock out the short stack here. Peter, you know, flops equity, gutter, backdoor flush draw, but he's in pretty bad shape here. We'll need to get an 8 or
Но если
some
пики
type of
придут на
spade
терне
running
еще,
straight to
могут усилить его.
win this hand,
Вот.
and that's a really good turn.
Теперь аутов много.
A really good turn.
Seth just got a look about him.
Yeah, he really does.
Хорош, ладно, давай тащи.
Nope.
No.
Yeah,
GG, sir.
Oh.
I think Seth might have had some premonition on that river. He just, you know, like he's just got something going on right now.
He does. He has a villain-esque almost vibe.
When a guy like that is like hot at the table, you know, they're beating every pot. I mean, do you ever just get like, you just want to stay away from them? I mean,
Yes, of course.
Peter didn't want to. He's out. I mean, if it's any consolidation, he was the short stack, very short, most likely to bust.
Can't hang your head too much busting with 5 bigs. Agreed.
So how much does this change for the other players now that he's out of the mix? Does it open things up for the middling stacks, the other short stacks?
It does. It very much does.
So before, with him at 5 big blinds, I feel like Seth had even more of a kind of freedom to punish the other players and make them wait it out. Now your short stack is
Minus
Ken
1.
with 16 bigs, followed by Josh with 18 bigs, and Loon is, so they're clumped in, and you know, in this, and then you have the middling stacks. Petrangelo starting at almost 30, Fedor at 30 bigs, Dominique is at 35, and Dimitar.
And this is telling of how hard Seth is going. Ace-5 off. It's just indicative that he's not messing around. And for Loon, he has a decision.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be, you know,
he's gone.
Король даму выбросил.
Just too much ICM at stake to
too much ICM. We're not playing.
Да, я тоже с этого угорал.
It's a little bit 3-better fold.
Ну типа просто, да, уж all-in запихай, либо выброси.
And one can't fault him. Take another one, Seth. Go
Что там смотреть, у тебя там сколько? 5 ББ было, плюс ты на большом блайнде осталось там 4 или 3 у него сколько. Там 2 даже, по-моему, у него осталось.
Clearly. He's not an elite pro, but he's on his way. He takes the game seriously, runs around with that sort of build. He's obviously a sharp guy.
Yeah, and I got to be careful, right? Because technically he's an amateur. You know, he doesn't play full time, but let's be real, he's not an amateur. None of these guys are.
Ну, мы ржем, а он прошел на финальный стол. В призах. Где куча сильных игроков. Нам не понять, наверное, от такого кола.
Here's a hand for Dominicus. Ace Jack of Diamonds. And, you know, normally these spots are just...
Мне нравится, как Доминикс сидит, ну, никогда не торопится. Прежде чем ставку какую-то сделать, он всегда подумает, посидит. Польт стрибать, я думаю, будет такой.
Just north of 30, covered by Dominicus, of course, Seth looming.
Yeah, is Fedor just... He has to see a flop here at least, right?
One would think this is
Просто заколил.
Интересно.
Seth with actually a really bad hand, just going to let it go. These guys have really strong ranges here, right, in this type of configuration. Yes.
Оп, в даму попал.
Great flop for Fedor.
And note Fedor immediately with the gaze. He's very annoying to deal with live.
Так, мы тут что будем делать? Мы будем тримбетить в районе 7, наверное. Даже 6. Большой стек.
What do you think he does here with the top pair, good kicker, backdoor flush draw?
20%ish, maybe quarter, perhaps occasionally mix a check in, especially with the backdoor. It's a little bit of an idea to let them catch up with inferior clubs from time to time.
450.
That's exactly what he does. 450,000. Pretty low spot for Dominicus. I mean, no backdoor draws other than the straight.
I think we kind of let it go and hate it. Just in adherence with
Хорош
what you
выбор.
said before. It's a very respectable range from Fedor. No matter how tough he is, he has good cards to start.
You can see a little grimace there on the release. Just, you know.
Да, с Федором Хольцем тяжело после флопа играть.
Nicky P sipping some tea.
Постоянно что-то придумывает.
Looks fresh.
Does look fresh. He's ready to go.
Always got a little sunburn, but you know, I think the golf course maybe has been kind to him recently. He looks fresher.
He does.
Looks dialed. Honestly, all these guys do. Like this guy McCauley, like who is this guy? We got to find some. Is this a crypto guy? You know,
He's a pretty young guy who has taken poker very seriously, and I believe is a good player. And this has to be somewhat with the players that this is the biggest Triton ever in terms of field size. That's a cool thing to, you know, to ship the biggest one ever. 10s for Fedor.
Yeah, it would be fitting for Fedor for sure. But maybe it's Nicky P's time. Almost 12 million in Triton earnings for Fedor. 3 titles. Pretty impressive considering he retired from poker.
For fun.
And Seth with... No, is that just a little posturing, you think?
I think it was legitimate. I believe he
Just thinking about every
it.
spot. And Ken with a pretty decent, you know, dicey spot.
I think it's just enough to go for a defend.
Oh my God.
Some poor timing from Tong. Fair enough.
Смотрю.
Not a defend, and Fedor snaps, and wow, I did not see that coming.
And that some of that is Fedor's reputation preceding him. Ken wasn't about to be pushed around by the great Fedor holes, and here we are.
Нормально. Утроился, да?
Ken is going to need a king here, or some type of funky run out.
Okay, he's got the 6, 7, 9 of diamonds working well.
Yeah, can turn a lot of equity. There you go. 8 or a king now, or Ken is going to be out of here. Fedor will have more chips. Nope, it's a deuce.
Good game, sir. What a run for Ken Tong.
Кен Тонг отвалился.
Take home
До свидания.
100 and...
Да, Хольца еще усилили вообще. Еще тяжелее будет против него.
Go grab that 98 Gs, Ken. Perhaps put it on the account and keep firing. And for Fedor, what a start, Will.
Yeah. Fedor just crushing this final table so far. Yeah, you got to respect. I mean, went out with a lot of heart there. Made a read on Fedor, you know, and...
He did. I like that. He didn't believe him, and he jammed and ran into it. Who hasn't done that?
Yeah, too much, yeah.
We've all been there. I mean, still, look, you still got to feel good walking away with 100 Gs.
Definitely.
Ammo for the series, maybe some shopping.
It's always nice first event ammo.
And for Loon here, now he becomes one of the shorter stacks. So we had a point where we're a little bit more willing to get involved. Is this King-Queen enough to enter?
Definitely Loon agrees, and very much so. What you said is very thematic, that when we find ourselves as the shorty, we have a little more wiggle. And for Fedor with 8s...
Интересно, как он с восьмерками сыграет.
Let's see if he goes for flat or 3-bet, perhaps a very tight fold.
Yeah, interesting spot. Obviously a lot of strength.
He does slide it, so note the respectful nature of the situation.
Офигеть.
That also, I think, just shows respect for Loon, you know?
Definitely.
Josh with a king in the big blind.
Возможно, он слишком аккуратно играл, поэтому он подумал, что с АТГ он будет открывать очень сильно. Не знаю. С его стеком восьмерки можно было просто и поколить. Прикольно.
I cannot go over my hand. Cannot call my hand.
I'm not sure the time of year though in March if it's tropical or not.
So much tournament.
So much. Yeah.
So much crashing. Good for Asia.
Very insane. So good. Lots of people will start coming now.
Yeah, tournaments are really booming right now. I mean, they're all over the place. Record-breaking fields.
It's amazing, right?
This is just event 1 here, Nick, but it already feels like we've been here for some time.
I know. I was thinking that earlier as well. It's amazing that it's just the first event.
Gottlieb now with just complete dust on the button, and we're in any 2 range now, you think, or
not any 2, and perhaps even this is a little bit outside of the box, but maybe not. Macaulay and Loon are
Да,
under
это за счет
intense
стека с
pressure. This
35
is highly
разномат.
defendable for Loon, perhaps even something beyond a defend.
yeah, do you want to start maybe? Nope.
Ну да,
Just
на
gonna say
масляном
flop, I
точно
guess,
коль.
suited, right?
4.
Yeah, I think defend is very comfortable. Maybe 3-bet is possible.
And this is actually a pretty
Никто
good
не в
flop
чем.
for Loon Loon, right?
He has the back door and the wheel situation working, and of course king high. He lacks quite a bit of ace X due to the lack of 3-bet. But Seth showed.
Yeah, the power. He didn't. I don't believe he showed.
He made an allusion to he could have jammed. Fair enough, Seth. Go on.
Yeah? No. 9-4 suited.
Yeah, great spot. You can see Josh kind of beaming right now. He's chirping, you know, feeling the vibe of the final table. I mean, I don't know how old he is, but
as you said, we've slid into the 6-figure.
Yeah. We're in the Patek Philippe section of the final table, and Fedor's got 7s under the gun. A lot of things to start for Fedor.
7 открыл Хольц.
It is very kind of annoying, right? When you're at the table and somebody is just, if they're playing, they got eyes on you the whole time.
Да, интересно, король валет он просто заколет или будет 3-бетить?
Absolutely, it's, you know, disconcerting and for Seth.
Я думаю, просто заколет. А, нет, за 3-бетил.
Interesting. Fedor is under the most pressure of anyone at the table right now, being in second. And Seth knows this. Fedor knows Seth knows this. 50 bigs to start 7s and a stare down, Will.
You knew the stare down was coming. I mean, classic. Feels like we can see a flop here with the stack depth, or is it just too dicey?
It's tricky.
You won't play any pillow events.
He's eyeing his chips, he's gone.
Wow, that angry look too before the fold.
Вообще своего играет Хольц. 8 выбросил. На рейс простой. На 3-бет 7 выбросил. Ну, тут ладно, еще на 3-бет, окей.
Pillow is not as big in Asia. Australia, everyone loves pillow. 4 card, 5 cards, very big.
Yeah, so great start for Seth. I mean, just chips up. Now Nick with the 7s. They go over there, under the gun, same spot as Fedor.
It's an we're not delighted about, but give it a whirl. Nody goes for 2.25 as opposed to min, and Seth seems intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, when you're Seth is just rolling right now. It feels
Да,
like
заходит
he
ему
wants to play
карты
every
прям.
hand, and he's getting hands that he can play. You like just flatting here with the suited?
I do. I think versus Nick's 25-ish BBs, it's logical. And Loon has an awkward decision here, to say the least.
Он
He
пушить
knows
будет.
Seth is flatting with hands that are probably dominated-ish by his ace-jack, but the range of
15 blind.
flow is so legitimate. He does do it, and I think this will get through.
Ну, с 7
This is a really great
может
example
отколить,
of
наверное.
Loon just diagnosing the situation perfectly. Ace Jack, very dicey. You don't want to bust with it, but he knows Gottlieb is not super strong here. He knows he's not trapping, and I think he trusts that he's doing well enough against Nick's range to make it profitable. A lot of dead money in there. Really like this from Loon Loon.
Agreed. Excellent find. And for Nicky P, it's close, but it does seem like 18 is too much. He does let it
Семерки
go for
пас.
Seth. Maybe he gives him a spin, but
It's you want to gamble, but it's so much, you know, and you've been chipping up nicely. We're going to see how much of a sort of gambler Seth is here, because this would be a fair amount of chips to call off.
he's gone.
Yeah,
Very
great
nice
hands
from
from
Loon
Loon.
Loon. Bravo, sir.
I mean, just a little peek into these guys. You don't get to see them play so much in the States. It's really cool to see how they diagnose different spots and situations, and a lot of fearlessness there from Loon. Could have easily gone out, could have ran into it from Pietrangelo, and maybe sometimes Gottlieb is trapping, but not there. We continue on. Loon a little bit more comfortable now. Josh is our short stack, starting to inch away a little bit, only 15 bigs, but obviously still plenty of play. Those first bust outs felt quick. You know, there was a fast pace, kind of blood in the water type of vibe. It feels like it's slowed down a little.
You're right.
Josh, I mean, what's going on with those bracelets? You think maybe some meditation practices? Trip to Asia? Dominicus with a very playable King 9 on the button.
400.
Dominicus Michaelitis going to take it down. Looking for a big score here. And this is one you want to win, not just because it's the first event. It's a record breaker, we said.
Yeah, it's a little bit of history. Biggest Triton ever, field-wise. And the first event, you alluded to this, ammo, but it really is so sweet when you show up for a series to make a score early. You're sauntering in there on top of the world until, you know, you get...
Well, you have a few weeks of walking around, you know, with your head high while everybody starts to crumble.
Right, exactly.
I've actually never done that. I've never had a big score early in the season. I mean, I haven't had a lot of big scores, period, but it's always been late.
Well, late is nice too, though, Will.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll take it any way I can get it. Gottlieb here, you know, still really just putting the pressure on, right? This is just nothing these guys can do.
Dimitar agrees. Closing in on 20. Seth.
Так, ну удвоились, нормально.
Chips.
So we're up in the
Что там у Avrora еще раз посмотрим? 93 блайнд, отлично идет. Причем стол у них не полный почему-то.
Home game title. Nice. What do you get for the home game title?
Let me check for you.
Dominicus with ace-jack, again, this time offsuit. Still kind of an awkward spot. I guess you have to open, but...
Yeah, you open, note he's going
Туалет
for
открывает.
2.5. You open and just see. If Fedor or Nikki P 3 bets, it's highly awkward. This one, looks like he does just go for defend.
Yeah, we saw him 3-bet the king-jack off earlier, but here he's in the big blind.
That's right.
Pretty good flop for Dominicus. Flush draw. This just feels like a spot, I guess, where what are these guys, checking mostly, or?
I think check is really nice with that sort of board against the big blind, and he has that awkward amount of equity that he
Криты, флеши, стрит-дро, флеш-дро.
We have a very comfortable continue.
Надо ставить.
Keeping the pot
Полить точно надо.
Obviously can easily call. And Gottlieb, I guess, even though his hand obviously didn't connect, just trying to rep the kind of random pairs.
Yeah, exactly. Targeting the maybe slightly bigger cards.
This is a sign, though, that Gottlieb knows what he's going on, because he knows his king high is not good at showdown here, right? Almost ever.
Agreed. Dominicus does call, and let's see for Seth. A lot of different rivers, of course.
О, 200 доехали.
Would think with the red king jack, he does go for something 2.1 in the middle, and
What a great setup for Dominicus here.
Интересно, что он просто заколет или
And note this particular time,
рейзить?
the check back on the flop. I suppose he's weighing raise, but the check back on the flop really.
Ну, я думаю,
worked out
просто
well
заколет,
for
побоится, что у него
Dominicus.
там.
Yeah, he's played this
Король,
out
туз,
perfectly.
может.
He's trapped Seth. I
Старший
don't blame
ход.
Seth at all for betting. Got a perfect run out to bluff. What does Dominicus want to do here?
Seth does have a little bit of a disadvantage in the ace of clubs specifically, but I know what you mean as far as kind of we find ourselves on the river and it's hard to check King Jack, but maybe
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
funny.
sometimes it's okay to give up.
In my mind, I'm thinking, he's got a lot of ace queens, but how many red ace queens does Dominicus have? He's probably got a club in there.
Просто
Decent
кол,
amount.
да?
He's just gonna call. Really nice pot for him.
Боялся он тоже.
And a little bit of a wry
Старший.
smile there from Dominicus. Maybe not. Maybe that's
Yeah?
just his face. I thought I
Ну и
saw
так хороший
some-
банк выиграл.
just a little twinge,
Аккуратно
of
сыграл.
kind of, you know. Maybe not. Very nice though.
I think that was
Great pickup.
Yeah, that was either way. Really nice pot for him. Now Seth starting to face a little adversity here. He's still
7
got
человек
piles,
осталось,
but
получается.
momentum swinging to the other players.
That was the first.
Так, что там у Авроры?
He is a wheels come off kind of guy too.
Хорошо, 93
With
ГБ.
respect.
It feels like, yeah, with respect,
It's possible the wheels come off.
we say that in the kindest way possible. I mean,
Of course.
he can afford to have the wheels come off because
And anybody who's capable of the wheels coming off, I just, have
Yeah.
respect for.
well, for now the wheels go round and round. Petrangelo, the queen jack off. Gonna raise it
Готов
from the cutoff.
Петрангело. Провать, да. На
Josh
ББ.
with a very playable queen 10
Будет
off in the
защищать,
big.
наверное.
Doesn't know he's dominated.
Сколько у него 14 блайндов? Но вряд ли он будет пушить. Ой, какие 14?
Just feels like a call, right? To
10.
see a flop.
Think so.
Ну да.
You have 2.4 back.
I side with 3, so yeah.
Does not want to see a queen. Does want to see a 10 though. What a flop. I mean,
Джош в десятку попал.
started the hand as the short stack. Flops top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And Nick,
Something of a range bet for Nick.
yeah, you just want to pressure the weaker big blind calling
We're
range.
going quarter here a lot. He's looking back. He has a lot of equity that he certainly doesn't want to get blown off of.
Странно, что он чекнул.
But it just
Не,
strikes me
совпадение по
from
десятке.
this vantage point is a quite good board for him.
A lot of turns he can barrel, and he.
О,
shoves.
all-in.
Wow.
Oh, he just goes for jam. That's
Это блеф.
an interesting play.
And Josh is going
Snap
to snap.
call
And
сразу.
this is really bad news for Nick.
I
Едь.
think part of the ideas from Petrangelo there is that his
Что-то
hand has so
Петрангело
much equity
напридумывал.
with the Queen of Hearts and the 10-Jack Queen that we don't want to bet fold.
Josh is short enough that we can just pile our equity in.
That was unique.
That was interesting, yeah. He's going to need to get really lucky here, though. Josh has him in bad shape.
Okay, that's definitely the one we were looking for Petrangelo, other
Yeah.
than the Jack.
I mean, open-ended straight draw now. A lot of outs for Nick.
Не выигрывает?
There it is.
Oh,
Wow.
GG,
Офигеть.
That was
Нормально
rough.
переехал.
Classy on the way out from Macaulay. Great run.
Yeah, took it like a champ. I don't think, I mean, these guys...
Да, даже в таком турнире крупном бывают такие переезды.
Stream. I'm sure he would have cursed him out,
Didn't
you know,
even
if
need
it
the
was.
GG, Josh McCulley. Played great, got it in good. What can you do? 134,000.
Take that $134 and, on to the next one.
Yeah, living good. And Nikki P, if there's anyone who's due for some of this, you know what I mean? Things, variants
There it
starting
is.
to turn your
The
way.
deck agrees.
The deck
See the
agrees.
dynamics there.
Так, Джош у нас 134 тысячи заработал. Следующий 82 тысячи призов.
I think it's also easy to look at a play like that and just say, like, what is he doing? But when you actually break it down, it makes total sense. He didn't want to bet.
Ну, я думаю, Хольц должен затащить.
Yeah,
До хедзапа уж точно дойдет, я думаю.
Player, it's possibly an incredible find. I think a lot of players would just go for quarter, get check raised, and have to fold. So he found a way to realize his equity. Interesting spot that we can peruse at home.
Неужели 7-5 разномастный будет?
The war of ideas rages on.
And he ran into the worst case scenario there, but let's say, you know, Josh had a hand like a 4 or an ace-3 hand that he might have just check-shoved. Now he looks like a genius, you know. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Down to 6-handed now. Nick Pietrangelo ever closer to that elusive Triton title.
Ну, то, что Петранджело запушил, это прям вообще...
The biggest Triton ever.
Просто повезло ему, доехал.
Your inclusive hub to predict your favorite player's action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. And this is pretty cool. You can bet on these guys.
Yeah, the betting, I mean, yeah. There it is.
Who are you taking right now?
I got to look at the lines, Will, you know? I mean...
What line would you bet Gottlieb at?
Interesting. I would, to win, to stone win, what do you think the line is? Fair. +1.
Plus something.
Maybe more like +2.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to gamble.
He's in tough, but 16 milli, Fedor.
+2 seems like a fair. +200. That's what I would say. Just a lot of good players lurking there, right?
Yeah, a lot can happen. +200 feels, you know, sure bet ACR knows what they're doing with the lines. So,
yeah,
you
go
know.
and check them out. Let us know. Fedor just chilling right now. In second place, almost 10 million in chips. Nicky P.
Так, ну Аврора все так же. Стал он чип-лидер. Я думаю, этот турик он должен далеко пройти. Что за аул-то? Интересно. Так, вот сейчас тут интересная заруба с Хольцем, я думаю.
Fedor is in.
Okay. The 10-9-5 all heart flop.
Seth checks it back with a little bit of character, says okay.
Хольцу можно и поставить тут маленькую, я думаю. Доска больше под его диапазон подходит. Чекает. Он супер аккуратно играет.
Yeah, Gottlieb gotta be feeling pretty strong. Has the best hand a lot. Just gonna check back, and River's a flush.
И тут, наверное, чекнет.
Would think Fedor has something of a quintessential check. He does eye his chips, but just optically the ace high and the 8. Let's go for check and let. Okay, take it, sir.
Чек-чек, да,
Yeah,
сыграем?
Seth, nice little pot there. This guy's got a real smooth.
Ну да,
doesn't
прям
feel-
аккуратничать.
He's comfortable playing with Fedor, comfortable playing with Nick.
I didn't want to try to get value from my shoe of hearts.
Good not to be greedy.
Но ему нет смысла с чупаком зарубаться, я думаю, поэтому, по крайней мере, против него уж точно
One
будет
always has
аккуратно
to
играть.
wonder with the curl in the front. Is that intentional or natural? I think it's natural. Feels like he came out of the shower and you know the curl just drizzled
You
down.
kind of maybe just do one sort of.
I think it was a swoop. He's
Yeah.
off. This guy's a stone animal. He's not doing
Yeah,
the
he's
curl.
no, you're right. But maybe I was thinking some Christian Bale, American Psycho type vibes.
Right.
Димитр сейчас будет открывать.
Dimitar with a hand finally. Ace Queen under the gun. Definitely going to be strong enough to.
Давно он в раздачах не участвовал.
Seth with another playable hand.
You're right, and the
like
first thing that crosses Donchev's mind is, what do we do against a Gottlieb 3-bet? Perhaps we'll find out.
1.1.
И бет, да, он сыграл.
We will. Very small free bet.
Ну, стек позволяет ему.
You're right, and I would think barring involvement, let's see what speaks to Donchev, but jam certainly springs to mind.
I can see both. Obviously, I think if you're suited here, you're more inclined to just take the price and see a flop, but it is awkward. You're going to have the best hand a good amount, but do you want to shove it all in, you know?
The setup is nobody is clearly on fumes. Loon has 4.5, and the rest of them are very flat. Michaelitis, Holes, Petrangelo, and Dimitar.
Да, я думаю, проще ему здесь этот кол сыграть.
It's tricky though, Will.
Третий флоп.
Yeah, these players have played enough now.
He does do it.
Или all-in
He
все-таки.
Great find there from Dimitar. Just read the situation perfectly.
Very nice.
One of the more underrated tournament players out there. Only 400,000 in Triton winnings. I don't believe he's played a lot of these.
Ну, наверное, подумал то, что 3-бет широко может. Товарищ. И конец.
Always nice hitting those turbos, isn't it? Less time involved.
Oh, yeah.
На многих раздачах он участвует, 3-бетит.
Great hourly.
Так что, наверное, нормально.
There. Lovely. 250 on the blinds. 15K no limit 8-handed. Again,
Блайнды повысили,
digressions,
250.
biggest field ever. We all felt it here the day before it started. Saw so many, you know, new faces and
There's
such.
something
But
in the 8 of clubs that just.
Both sides show the 8 of clubs. That's the problem. There's no backside to that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Tritons, but I always thought they were kind of smaller events. You know, they stood out as these kind of like elite.
Если смысл открывать, то здесь.
But here at this opening event, it doesn't matter. It's a massive tournament, people around the corner. And we could see a new face. You know, we could see a Seth Gottlieb or Dominicus Michaelitis. But it might be one of the goats taking it down anyway, like they always do.
Я думаю, тут запушить можем. Тут.
Loon with ace-10 off, gonna raise.
Я сыграл.
take it, sir.
Nice feeling. Loon chipping up.
Забрал блайнды на халяву. Ну как на халяву?
He's probably played some cash as well, Will. Note he did not muck his hand until the pot was slid over his way.
Was that a slick cash game move?
Well, you know how it is when you're playing cash. You don't want, you know, you need it to be official before.
Sadly, I'm very good at folding. It's more acceptable in cash. Tournaments, you just gotta go after.
Там флаг какой-то висит, Болгарии.
But if you have the winner in cash, you hang on to it until the pot comes your way.
Yep, let the pot come.
Correct.
Don't risk flipping it over awkwardly, you know, exposing the winner.
This is a touch cuspy for Michaelitis. Let's see.
Или просто подколем. Короткий есть, может.
He's gonna go with it. Makes it 600K.
Note the little bit of a size up, 2.4.
Ace Queen again for Dimitar. Starting to wake up with some hands.
And this is awkward for Dimitar, make no mistake, but it is too much hands to kind of not 3-bet. I think we go for the 3-bet non-all-in and just sort of see what happens. He's going time bank, understandably. We don't really call here much, if at all, in theory. When we're out there, do what we want, but In theory, it's a bit... We're not dying to just flat the small with such ICM implications and so on.
Yeah, you see Dimitar processing all of this. Really awkward spot. If you have 20 big blinds, you just rip.
Correct. Oh, he does
go
rip
for it,
anyway,
yeah.
30 some odd. Fair enough. And that'll do it. Very nice. Donchev chipping up.
Yeah, 2 nice pickups for Dimitar.
Сильно. Там 30
Great
блайндов.
player, looking to kind of, I feel like this would be, he's had signature wins, man, you know, but it's
Почему-то не захотел разыграть стейки там очень глубокие. Ну, можно и подразыграть.
I believe he won the PCA.
Did he win the PCA main?
I think he did.
Да, игра там совсем отличается.
I'm always like, you know, this guy's clearly a great player, but it's hard to track everybody's results.
Какой-то другой уровень.
It is. It gets, especially with all these tournament series, all these big buy-ins. Yeah, maybe he doesn't play as much as I thought. 6.7 million in winnings, which wow, Seth just gonna rip it with the
Лунло дождался.
This is, by the way,
Узов.
Seth's play. Maybe he could have just raised, but the spirit of his play is very understandable.
This is any two for Seth, and any two
Кто выпендривался.
the best two.
Американец.
Go on, Lou.
7-3.
Keep it clean.
А тут Лунло с тузами сидит. Мы ждали.
Very risky for Seth. Will it pay off? He's going to need to get extremely lucky.
Так вот.
That's pretty clean for Mr. Loon.
Yeah, and no back doors other than the weird straight. Going to need runner here. And that locks it up for Loon. Wow.
Take it, sir.
10 million chips going his way.
Это он натворил, Вилов.
Evens things out now. Instead of being the short stack, Loon is second in chips, even in this range, and everybody has 30-plus big blinds. Seth still with the chip lead, but a lot more precarious now. And do you think a slight misstep there, or just got to go with it?
I think maybe that one is so bad that we just go for raise. We sort of play a raise fold and a
Такое
jam,
увидеть
and maybe
7-3.
jam something like
Ладно,
5-6,
там у него стек был
5-7,
2
even
миллиона, да?
4-7, but it might
Можно
be
было
fine.
такой
It's
исполнить.
close.
Но за тобой тип сидит
Seth, I mean,
4 миллиона
very
третьего
aggressive, taking a
стека.
lot of chances
Да ты
here.
7-3 летишь.
That one doesn't pay off, but what a feeling for Loon to just wake up with number one.
Невозможно.
Guy shoves
Нет.
into you in the small blind. Just look down at pocket aces. Big double up for Loon.
Nice hand. Good timing.
Yeah, good timing.
Yeah, we'll see how Seth handles this. This is really his first adversity. He's now, you know, chip leader, but man, he had a big lead before.
Был
He's neck and
чипаком,
neck with
стал
Loon,
не
and
чипаком.
Fedor is right there. Dominique, it's now close.
Я в шоке сам
Dimitar,
себя
and
сидит.
they're all very close. We might have to strap in. It could potentially be a long one, Will.
You think so?
Скажет, что я натворил? Что натворил?
Well, just with the stack distribution, I mean, not a read, but the shorty is now 29.
You're playing the solver.
But sometimes we do get a feeling sometimes.
Fedor with another pair, pocket sixes.
This is deceivingly
Что,
costly.
шестерки в пас отправить, нет? Просто он настолько аккуратно играет, я уже ничему не удивлюсь.
Dimitar now has just started to pick up some hands, and another one here, Queen Jack suited.
Будет трибетить, наверное.
And aren't we getting towards the stack depth where we can start to speculate a little more? We got a few more bigs to roll around with.
A bit.
Oh yeah.
He's in.
Just feels like such a nice hand to just see a flop, you know, too
It
pretty
is a
to let
beauty.
go. Can you really look yourself in the mirror the next
Right.
day if you fold, you know?
Right.
Especially if the big blind folds and you know, flop a monster.
And we might have a rare three-way final table flop upon us.
Yeah, I mean,
Ну, я думаю,
like
будет
this is a hand
защищать.
maybe in a different setting you would consider squeezing, but here just
Плохая карта.
It is a kind of. Here we are. He's going time bank, so he's certainly weighing the squeeze.
yeah, I don't know that again. I'm not up. It just feels maybe early
Посмотрим,
on
что
in
на
the
флопе
tournament,
будет.
just a different
Интересно.
level, but maybe
Wow, he does go for it. Bravo, sir.
this is really strong.
А, 3-бетом сыграл. Это
And
интересно.
it's big, and he's not committing himself, but he's making himself look committed here.
Кольца вообще не думаю быстро выбрасывать.
Great find from Nikolaitis. Go on, Dominicus.
Хороший 3-бет.
Beautiful.
Dominicus Nikolaitis making the most of this final table. He said he's got the Sabonis jersey on. I mean, repping.
Кому этот Лунло все машет?
Players from Lithuania.
Да, настроение у него, конечно, хорошее сейчас. Уэллс.
There's another Dominicus, I believe. I don't know if you know him, but he's hilarious. Plays high stakes pot limit Omaha.
I think I do a little bit.
He's a real character.
Yeah.
Dimitar, another playable hand, ace jack offsuit. Makes it 500. Seth. King 8 suited.
Все, уже начинает осторожно. После пуша 7-3, конечно. Будешь сидеть думать уже.
Sitting back a little, you know, not forcing things after.
Yeah.
Fedor just too weak there. Respecting Dimitar.
Забрал блайнды.
And this is an interesting stage, Nick. We've seen, you know, the start with the short stack have 5 big blinds.
У них уже получается 6 макс. В принципе, могут и пошире играть.
How does that work, like, in terms of ICM? Are they all trying to wait out the next bust out? Are they more willing to go themselves?
Well, it's not as extreme for all of them as the initial setup with the 5 big blind stack is so extreme. Now they're still all kind of being snug and respectful, but also because no one is clearly on fumes, we do get to sort of explore the options.
Dominique is going to explore the option on the button here with ace-9 offsuit.
Так, посмотрим, что там. Avrora. Точно все хорошо.
500 and Fedor 7-6 of hearts in the small blind. Very playable hand, but not in this setup. But Nicky P with ace-jack.
Three bet is coming. Perhaps just a jam. Let's see if Pietrangelo has ideas outside of just all in. And for Dominicus, it's note the snap fold. I like that.
Yeah, not posturing. And do you think that's just in part because he's going to have plenty of bad hands on the button, right? Like there's no need to. What are you gaining by?
It's just a sharp snap fold. Generally, they tank for a while, burn a few banks, and then realize they have to fold. He's just snap out. We're for chips. We're in.
Nice and easy. And another pot for Nicky P. Nick Pietrangelo. This guy was one of the first guys I knew that was using a solver. I don't know if you remember when people started using them. Like
I do.
They had computers. You had to get like two desktops or something and put the simulations in and have to run for like a whole night.
Right.
And then they'd come back the next day, you know what I mean, and look at them. That was the point in time where I realized I probably wasn't going to do too well in poker going forward. Loon, the king-queen going to raise to 500. See if he has any customers. Nicky P, another playable hand. Ace-8 of spades. Kind of awkward, though. I could see him going anyway here, really. I mean,
yeah, the call from the small is rare, but it does spring to mind with this one.
1.85.
You can see, though, that he just deems the spot to not really allow calls, so to speak. And for Loon, this is not pleasant.
Great example. If there's ever a hand you just want to flat, it's this hand, right?
Right, and still, the overarching theory has driven Nicky P towards this 3-bet.
He just knows he's not supposed to have flats here ever. So
Right.
why do the comfortable thing?
I just kept pointing.
Do the thing you're supposed to do, and puts Loon in a really interesting spot.
Yeah, 1.85.
1.85, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Putting a lot of pressure on Loon's stack. And Loon has the kind of hand, you know, you're blocking queens, you're blocking kings, you're blocking ace king, ace queen. Does he wanna
3-bet.
maybe get a little crazy
Хороший
here?
3-bet.
He definitely looks like he's
Crazy is
thinking
possible,
about
but king, queen off, he is
Вон.
well, here we go.
This is a little
Он
crazy.
не просто тут.
Not all the way
Гангстер.
crazy, but he's peeling a flop, and we got a massive pot here.
We do.
4 million in the middle. We're gonna see 3 here.
Oh, and it's very
Да,
spicy.
интересный
Will.
замес сейчас
Nut
будет.
flush draw working for
Дроп,
Petrangelo. Of
короля
course,
попал.
top pair queen kicker for Loon.
Вон.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine both players hitting this flop harder. Nicky P, what does he want to come with? Is this kind of a range bet spot, or?
I think he's, let's see. Small comes to mind.
900.
He goes for 20 percentage, and for Loon, merits to both.
Да, сложное решение будет. Для обоих.
Feels like a spot you want to keep all of Nick's potential bluffs in there, though. You know, like
Петранджело не из
ace
робких.
six suiteds, the
Совсем.
ace fives. Do you, or you just want to get the hand over with now? You know, you have the best hand a lot.
I like what you were saying first. I think keeping an eye on ace 10 looks like he has just shoved, and unfortunately for Nicky P, perhaps not unfortunately, seems we can't really fold the nut flush draw.
But Nick hates this spot. He didn't. I don't think he expected Loon to shove much there.
And he knows Loon is not messing about.
No, Loon called pre-flop. He called a massive 3-bet. This is a gross spot for Nick. But, you know, can we really fold the nut flush draw here?
I think he's calculating his equity and the ICM scenario against a
All-in
very
пошел, да.
realistic range,
Хороший
which
all-in, я думаю.
Petrangelo is probably surmising.
Но я думаю,
incredibly
отколет Петранджело.
accurately.
Должен.
Now,
If he stone, sorry to cut you off, if he stone
Должен.
has a king, I think maybe we can fold. But it might be tough if he starts just considering, is queen jack of spades or jack 10 of spades possible? Because if those are possible, it becomes a little hard to fold.
also, he probably doesn't put Loon on king-queen off, right?
That's a good point as well.
So he may be thinking it's more of like an aces or ace-king type of trap, where he's
Я бы нажал call.
actually worse shape, even though he's blocking
Not
them.
so much ace-king, but aces or kings.
На флеш аутов
Yeah.
много. Плюс туз.
He doesn't block a king. I mean,
По тузу еще стриты могут
Loon
закрыться.
does have the queen 10, the jack 10 of spades. It's obviously.
Я думаю, тут хороший
That's
кол.
what's so scary about folding in a spot like this.
I think,
to me, at
but
least.
yeah, he's probably weighing, does Loon have those hands? You know, does he flat in position with those hands, or are those just going in the muck pre-flop?
Читает, да.
A lot of time banks left.
And certainly one thing we can learn, whether he continues or not, is how much Petrangelo is respecting ICM. And I know sometimes we get a bit, you know, the ICM discussion is we can all interpret it how we want. You want to go for the win? Go for the win. Nobody's stopping you. But many of the elite pros tend to really consider things of this nature, and obviously he is. If this was day one, the river would have been out a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, this is... He's
Fold,
deep
eh?
in consideration here. He's thrown all his time chips in the middle. Now, I know Nick has played a lot of poker. I guess in my head, I'm just questioning, do you think there's any part of this that is, he hasn't had a big Triton win?
No.
He doesn't want to make a mistake. You don't think there's any of that human element there? He's just too much of a machine?
I really don't. And I don't think he does get
He
away.
makes the fold. Wow.
Really interesting hand.
The longer he took, the more I felt like he was leaning pitch, you know?
Выбросился.
Yeah, I mean, the non-snap already, you're like... And no, I don't think any of that is weighing on him. Although he is a human being, one can't know. But the sample, it's just not that big, you know?
Yes.
It's all these tournaments blend into one. He's done phenomenally well. So I don't know if it's... I suppose there's an emotional attachment to Triton, though. How could there not
It's
be?
not the sample. It's not the money. It's certainly not the money. I don't think you know what I mean. He's folding to preserve, staying in the tournament. I think it's, if anything, it's just really wanting to make the right decision and get a big win. Feeling the
Definitely.
pressure. He decided that was the right decision. I obviously eliminated those hands, and to his credit, Loon had a king. He was behind.
That was a great play. A very kind of ballsy play. It's hard to, again, I would be so scared they have Queen Jack of Spades where you feel so, that's such a brutal feeling if you see they had that one. But for him to actually just stone have King Queen, he made a good fold versus that hand. Make no mistake. So, bravo, sir. Live to fight another day.
And now he gets the King Queen and
winner.
And if you don't think they have those hands, those weaker flush draws, then you're just stone gambling, right? You're just taking a flip. And maybe Nick doesn't, maybe he feels like his edge is bigger than that. I don't know.
Good point as well.
And give credit to Loon. I mean, denies Nick all of his equity there. With
right,
with
flop
the
was
aggressive
interesting
shove,
as well. It's true.
Yeah, Loon now our chip leader, 13 million. Fedor with pocket tens. He's had a lot of pairs so far. Gonna come in for the raise. Makes it 575. Folded around to Seth with the 8-7 of spades in the small. Hasn't played a hand in a while. Maybe itching a little. Yeah, he's gonna see a flop here, Nick.
It does appear the itch is there.
And Loon now in a totally different position. Chip leader has been relatively short most of the final table.
This hand is awkward multi-way. He is in.
Certainly good enough to see a flop with a great price. Queen 6-7 rainbow. Great flop for Fedor. He's well ahead, but Seth does make a middle pair, a lot of backdoors. Fedor with a pretty nice range advantage.
Банк нормально, 2 миллиона уже в банке.
He checks quite a bit here. Tens and jacks seem very checkable, but bet also springs to mind. Forgive the wishy-washy. He is going for bet. And for Gottlieb, of course, no going anywhere.
Yeah, so much potential here. Gonna see a turn. Loon gonna get out of there. Turn is a total brick. Does bring a backdoor flush draw. Seth's going to check in. Is this a spot we want to continue betting or maybe check back?
I'm feeling kind of nice about checking tens on the turn in Fedor's seat, but he makes such great reads. You know, if he thinks Seth has a 7 or a hand worse than tens, he'll just bet. Simple as that. But just based on his cards, seems like a fairly cozy check. Maybe value bet bricks in the
Ходит
face
очень
of
важно.
another Gottlieb check.
And he does go with the check. The river is a brick, so now...
If Seth goes for something small, we just call. But if Seth checks, interested to see what Fedor goes for. And he does, in fact, check.
Нажму all in.
And Fedor, I mean, I would think he has to know he has the best hand a lot here, or feel like it.
Надеюсь на
He
тут
feels
6.
like he has the best hand a fair amount. But getting raised is so annoying at a final table.
But if you are going to bet after checking back the turn, what type of sizing do you think you...
Half, maybe? Ish?
Yeah, that's what he's going with.
This is lovely from Fedor.
Yeah, beautiful sizing. I mean, this is just... He's milking him here.
And it's a little bit for Gottlieb. He might have some great hands that Fedor can't, or at least he can tell that story. I could see kamikazeing this one, but...
He seems like a player that's definitely considering it. It's not out of question.
He sort of sighed.
Oh, you think he resigned to just the call or fold? That's,
I think he